What's going on, people? What's going on, people? How you doing this Sunday morning? The aftermath of the nuclear attacks, right? The aftermath of the nuclear attacks last night, man. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All these nuclear warheads going back and forth. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. They play y'all something, man. Back in the day, we used to rock to this, man, back in the day, man. This is a song called Radioactive. We used to do the Smurf to this song. The radioactivity. The radioactivity. The radioactivity from all the nuclear warheads that have been flying for the last week or two. Ay, ay, ay. All right, y'all. All right, let's get to work. We got work to do, man. We ain't got time to play games. We got some serious work to do, man. Okay. Before that, though, I want to show you what is happening. What happens after a nuclear meltdown, nuclear attack? What happens? Now, this is basically going to talk about the radioactivity of there was a nuclear power plant in Russia called, Chernobyl. And one of the reactors exploded and released high amounts of radiation. No, you can't even go. They said nobody's going to be able to go around there for about 1,000 years. Right? So, but I want to show you what happens when you make something really radioactive. This is the whole thing. So I'll stop and describe what's going on. All right. Oh, let me enlarge the screen here. All right, let's go.
Well, look good we did. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that to them, justice was done. See, a just world is a sane world.
Now, you see all these people looking at this? They should have been evacuated, right? But the Russians didn't want to start. They didn't want to start a panic in the country, so they didn't say nothing. They didn't say nothing for about a month. They didn't say nothing for about a month to the people. All right.
There was nothing sane about Chernobyl.
I'm pleased to report that the situation in Chernobyl is stable. In terms of radiation, I'm told it's the equivalent of a chest X-ray.
No, Chernobyl is on fire. And every atom.
They telling everybody that they were telling people that the amount of radioactivity that left that escaped from that stack that blew up that nuclear power at the nuclear power plant was only enough to as much as a chest X-ray. See what I'm saying, man? People start tripping, man. When this radioactivity starts going around, man, people start losing their minds. And we're gonna get into this today. We're gonna talk about it today. All right, let's finish this video.
Of uranium is like a bullet, penetrating everything in its path. Metal, concrete, flesh. Now, Chernobyl holds over 3 trillion of these bullets. Some of them will not stop firing for 50,000 years.
Tell me how to put it out.
You are dealing with something that has never occurred on this planet before.
phone lines contain the spread of misinformation.
So the people finally start leaving, right? But what they did was, when it first happened, they cut the phone lines. The people couldn't call out and find out what was going on. They just cut the phone lines, and they put guards around the whole city that you can't get out, or you can't go out, or you can't go in. It was ugly. They finally let them evacuate after about a week or two. But anyway, let's get to it.
Information.
So what happened to our boys?
The pain is unimaginable. In 3 days to 3 weeks, you're dead.
That guy was one of the workers. He was working at the plant when the stack exploded, and it didn't explode on him. They sent him down to see what was going on, and he got caught up in the radio. He got so radioactive, it just tore his body up in like a week.
You see him, and you cannot touch him. Do you understand? What happened on the night of the accident?
Asking the right question will give you the truth. There is no truth.
What happened there? What happened
Almost
after?
done, y'all. We almost done. Hang in there. So they had to go around shooting all of the pets. They told the people to leave their pets there. So they had a crew of people that had to go through the whole city, shooting every pet that they saw and killing, putting down all the pets, dogs, cats, whatever they had over there, birds, whatever. They had to put them all down. Those are the caskets. So these are the silver caskets. These are the caskets that they had to have people. They had to put everybody in lead caskets, and they had to put cement over the top of them, because that's how their bodies were still radioactive, even though they were dead. Oh man, it was cold piece. It was cold piece. I'm trying to show you. We're gonna talk about this radioactivity today from all this beef, and I'm gonna show you. We're gonna talk about it today, but I'm trying to give you a physical view of this radioactivity.
Madness.
All right, so all right, so that was just a little look at what happened in Chernobyl in Russia in 1986, man, and it was an ugly situation. Ugly situation. Okay, y'all. Y'all know how we do it. We do the news. We do the hit parade. We do the death by simp. We do the Black History Minute, and then we do the jobs, and then we get to the nitty gritty. All right, so let me go to our first news story. Ex-Inglewood Unified teacher arrested in 16-year-old murder case. Holy smokes. This Inglewood, that's out here, man. This is where the SoFi, this is where the Rams play. Inglewood Unified County Administrator Dr. Erica Torres sent out a late-night email alerting parents, staff, and faculty about the arrest of one of its former teachers. The teacher has been identified as Charles Wright, 56. He was linked through DNA and fingerprints left at the scene of the crime, where a woman's body was found dumped in a parking stall at a Gardena apartment. Ouch. His victim was a 21-year-old Pertina Epps, who was determined to be strangled. Authorities believe the two didn't know each other. Holy smokes. Her body was found in Gardena April 26, 2005, around 1 p.m. in the 2700 block of West 141st Street Place. When her death was first reported, it was noted that Epps moved back to Gardena from San Diego the day prior. Wright was arrested on January 27th, and bail was set as $1 million. He bonded out the same day. Holy smokes. I need to go work for Inglewood Unified. Wright taught history and math at multiple schools, including Monroe Middle School and Lusinger High School. That's out here in Hawthorne. He was also a successful basketball coach. Wright is due back in court June 28th. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Yeah, man. See, here's the thing. The only thing I can say something about this is, you know, we gotta do better as men. We gotta do better as men and stop letting our impulses drive us. Because some of us have as men and you growing up in American society, you have been conditioned to have impulses, and it's sad because these impulses that they condition you to respond to, what they do is set time. They put time bombs in your head, so they condition you all the way up. Even selling breakfast cereal, they use sex. Selling breakfast cereal. So you as a man, you are now being taught to react when you see women, even in cartoons, right? If you watch cartoons, the guys will see a good-looking girl and they would just go crazy, right? You're being conditioned to respond to certain stimulus. So when you see it now, when you see a stim, and that as you get older, that conditioning intensifies. So now when you meet a woman and you think she looks good, but maybe she don't see you the same way, you're impulsive. You want her to be around you, but she don't want to be around you, and you don't know, and it frustrates you. So you take what we call the nuclear option. We're going to talk about the nuclear option today. You take the nuclear option. The nuclear option is, hey, if I can't have her, nobody can have her. That's what stuff like this happens. That's why we have a section called Death by Simp, so we can tell not only the men to stop doing this stuff, but the women to look out for certain things in men that you could see that they may have this issue, right? They may have certain issues that is not good. It may cause harm to you. Oh, Brother Clarence, what you talking about, Brother Clarence? What you talking about? What you talking about? How come you ain't talking about the beef? Oh, I'm gonna talk about it. Don't worry about it. But it's not gonna be like how it was. I'm not gonna be naming names and all of that, but I'm definitely gonna talk about it. But this is something you need to listen to. You need to watch this stuff. But especially the men. The men, you don't know, you being conditioned to respond to this, all of this sex. They use sex to sell cereal, coffee, everything, clothing, everything. By the time you get 16, 17 years old, you're so full of these, you're so conditioned to respond. Just like I said, you watch the cartoon, and what do you see? A guy in the cartoon, he sees a girl, a nice looking girl, he gets all crazy and right. So you're being conditioned to that, right? Now you out here as a grown man, and a woman, you see a woman, you all excited over her, right? But she don't feel the same way about you, right? Instead of just saying, okay, well, I got to just go my way, she go her way, some dudes get so frustrated. They get so frustrated that they say, you know what? If I can't have her, nobody's going to have her. It's just ridiculous, but it's all impulsive. It's impulsive. We got to learn as men to stop being so impulsive all the time, but it's hard because you're being conditioned every second. They using sex to sell you mobile phones. They using sex to sell you everything. So the game is rigged for you. So what you need to get on your knees and start praying, man. You need to look to a higher power so that you can learn how to pull back when it's time to fall back. Ain't nothing wrong with falling back. I have done it many times, saved my life, just falling back. Matter of fact, all this beef and stuff that I have been asked many times to participate in a lot of different things dealing with this beef, but I fell back because I knew this not for me, and it ain't doing nothing but dragging me into something that ain't got nothing to do with me. But anyway, moving on, y'all. Moving on, y'all. Let's move on to the hit parade. We went to the news. I forgot to light up the news. Okay, let's do the hit parade. The hit parade. 85-year-old woman sexually SEL assaulted by felon living in same Seal Beach nursing home. Holy smokes. Seal Beach is supposed to be a real nice place out here in Southern California. Real nice. Real nice. Holy smokes. A 52-year-old man has been arrested, faces multiple felony charges. Holy smokes. After he was caught SEX assaulting an 85-year-old fellow resident of a nursing home. The Orange County District Attorney's Office announced Friday. Luis Alonso Alberto, a felon who had already served a prison sentence for corporal injury on a spouse, was caught SEX assaulting the victim, who suffers from dementia, at 6:45 a.m. Tuesday. Holy smokes. You got your mama in the nursing home? You got your father in the nursing home? You got your brother, your sister in the nursing home? See, if you're going to put your people in these nursing homes, which I am against, I'm against nursing homes for anybody, really, but especially black people, man. Don't put your people in a nursing home if you can avoid it at any cost. You can avoid it. Don't put your people in a nursing home because this kind of stuff happens. See, this happens. I'm telling anybody if you can avoid it, but especially us, because I don't know about white people or any other kind of people, but black people, I know when y'all put y'all people in a nursing home, you'll go visit them once every 6 months, once a year, or whatever. You don't go visit them every week, so these people know not to do nothing to them. Anyway, nursing home staff had to break through a wheelchair. Holy smokes! That was barricading the doors. Yikes! After they heard a woman screaming in the room, in which Alberto had also been discovered the day before. Oh man! Sadly, we have seen an inordinate amount of our Seal Beach seniors become unfairly victimized by individuals who see them as easy targets. Seal Beach Chief of Police Philip L. Gonshak said in the release, a health and rehabilitation facility should be a place where people can go and rest and recover. They certainly should never have to worry about being victimized while they're healing. Our detectives are working closely with Orange County District Attorney's Office to ensure any individual, including this alleged suspect, who preys on those less able to defend themselves, are swiftly brought to justice. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Alberto faces 3 felony charges, 1 count of the S word of an incompetent person, and 2 counts of assault with the intent to commit a SEX offense. If convicted, he could be sentenced to 7 years plus 10 years to life in state prison. Ouch. But you deserve it, homeboy. According to the district attorney's office, Alberto is being held on more than $1 million bail. He is due to appear in Central Jail Court on March 18th. Jail record show. Let me see if there's something else pertinent in here. Okay, so Clarence, why do you do this, man? Why do you do this kind of stuff? I mean, who cares if an old lady gets SEX assaulted in a nursing home? Who cares? I care. And some of y'all care. And if y'all thinking about putting y'all people in a place like this, you got to understand these are the risks you taking by putting them in there. Especially some of y'all gonna put y'all people in there and not even check on them. Check on them once a year. Check on them once a month. Not even once a month. Not once a 6 months or something. You put your people in there, man. No nursing homes. Well, not no nursing home for nobody that's related to me. As long as I'm around, that ain't gonna happen. We are not gonna let nobody go to no nursing home because this kind of stuff happens. this kind of stuff happens, and it's sad that it can happen. But things like this also happen when you're not in there checking on your people. If you got to put a, some people, man, some people have a situation, they have no choice. They got to put somebody in a nursing home. There's just no other way they can live their life without putting this person in a nursing home. Okay, I say don't do it if you can avoid it in any way. Don't do it. But if you got to do it because you ain't gonna be able to operate your life no kind of other way, you need to check on them. You need to be checking on them at least once a week, going through there. Because let me tell you something, man. If the people don't see you coming through there, they could do whatever. They could do whatever to your people, and then your people fall down, and then your people. Next thing you know, your people is on the news. I'll be reading about your people, and I don't want to read about your people. Why do you think I'm reading you about other people? Wise people learn from other people's mistakes. So let's use wisdom. Okay, y'all, let's move on, man. We got a lot to cover today. All right, death by sim. I got a video for this one. Let's watch the video first. Let me see. Let me get the video. Let me see. Let me get the video up, and then we got a video for this one. Sad situation. Sad. Okay, here we go. All right. Sad situation. Okie doke. Let's listen to the video.
Fox 35 starts with breaking news. The search for Mia comes to a tragic end. Deputies say that they found a body they believe to be that of 19-year-old Miyamoto. Good evening, I'm David Bode.
And I'm Christy Kern. The body believed to be hers was found this morning at the Timber Scan Apartments in Orange County. Fox 35 is bringing you team coverage tonight. We begin with Dave Puglisi. He has been covering the story from the very beginning. Dave, what have you heard from the family today?
Well, Chrissy, I've reached out to a number of family members, and as you can imagine, they're absolutely devastated. Even as this search began to reach a week, they always believed that they would find Mia alive. Unfortunately, her body found here at the Timber Scan Apartments earlier this morning. Now, the Orange County deputies began their search sometime this morning, not long after they found what they believed to be the body of Mia Marcano. A purse carrying her identification found near the body. Deputies say their suspect, Armando Caballero, lived in the Timber Scan Apartments at one time. They said his phone pinged here the night Mia went missing. They believe he was here in the area for about 20 minutes. Mia's family received the news around noon.
It's heart-wrenching. It's heartbreaking. This is our baby. She's funny. She's goofy. She's silly. She's very, very family-oriented. She loves her family, and her family loves her back.
Mia's family has held a vigil every single night while she's been gone. They will be holding another one tonight. In Orlando, Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
Well, Dave, thank you. Our team coverage continues right now in Orlando.
Fox 35's Matt Trezza was at the sheriff's office this afternoon when Sheriff Johnny Mina.
Okay, so basically, this young lady. Let me let you see her again. This young lady right here. This young lady right here. Let's get it there. Okay. Let's get it there. Okay. This young lady right here was living in an apartment building. Matter of fact, let me read you the article. Mia Marcano, cause of death ruled a homicide by undetermined means, medical examiner says. Mia Marcano went missing on September 24th. And her body was found on October 2nd. Ouch. The 19-year-old woman was found dead in the woods near the Orlando apartment complex and died of homicide by undetermined means, according to the autopsy report by the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office. Mia Marcano went missing on September 24th when she was last seen at the Arden Villas luxury apartments in Orlando, where she lived and worked. She worked in the front office. She was people that take the rent or whatever, or she worked in the front office showing apartments or whatever. And according to the Orange County Sheriff's Office, her body was found, ouch, in a wooded area on October 2nd near the Timber Scan on the Lake Apartments, approximately 18 miles west of her home. Mercado's body was near complete skeletonization in the face. Ouch! Holy smokes! Neck, torso, and upper arms. So I guess the animals got to her, unfortunately. The autopsy said there are no identifiable evidence of trauma, the report says. Black duct tape, described as evidence of restraint, was found around her neck, on both wrists, found behind her back, and both ankles, the report said. The descendant was found in an abandoned section of an apartment complex, suggesting international disposal of her body, or intentional disposal of her body. Joshua D. Stephanie, Orange County Chief Medical Examiner, wrote in the autopsy report, in my opinion, the matter is which she was found with multiple restraints and her deposition in an abandoned area of an apartment complex indicates some type of assault. Armando Caballero, I'm going to show you guys this guy in a second. Armando Caballero was identified as a person of interest in the case, was found dead of an apparent suicide on September 27th. Caballero has shown a romantic interest in Mercado. See what I'm talking about? Some of these guys can't take an L, right? We talked about this earlier this week. Some of these guys can't take an L, right? They just can't take an L. Peace to you, World Shack, and peace to you, Sister Risa. Some of these guys can't take an L. Girl, tell them no. They just can't handle it, right? Caballero has shown a romantic interest in Mercado, but was repeatedly rebuffed, Orange County Sheriff Mina said. Cell phone records indicate Caballero was in or near the apartments for about 20 minutes between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. the evening of Mercado was reported missing. Holy smokes. According to the Orange County Sheriff's Office, authorities are not looking for any other people in connection with Mercado's death. Okay, so this guy, so they both worked at the apartment building, right? And so this guy was he was a maintenance man at the apartment building. So he had keys to everybody's apartment. She lived at the apartment, but also worked there as well. And he kept trying to talk to her, but she was like, nah. But so eventually what she did was, she was telling her friends, hey, this dude is kind of creepy. He's always on me, man. Keep an eye out for me. So one day he snuck into our apartment and, did what he did. And so he wasn't, and the police was on this dude. See, that's why he deleted himself, because the police was on this dude. They kept going, they kept interviewing him and interviewing him and interviewing him and interviewing him. They kept on him. And he knew it was coming. Sooner or later, he knew it was coming. That's why he just went ahead and deleted himself. But anyway, let's finish the report.
After they found what they believed to be the body of Mia Marcano, a purse carrying.
He says search teams located the body and more evidence.
They were walking and found what we believe to be her body. A purse with Mia's identification was found near the body as well.
Sheriff Mina said this isn't the end of their investigation, though. The next steps are to conduct an autopsy on the body they found and come up with a definitive timeline of the events leading up to Mia's death. In Orlando, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News. All right, thank you to Matt. And it looks like there have been a lot has been uncovered in the extensive search to find Mia. Let's take a look now at the timeline of events from this past week.
The search for Mia comes to a tragic end. It all started 1 week ago. At 4:30 p.m. last Friday, at the Arden Villas apartments where Mia lived and worked, development with Caballero. And on Monday, a big development with Caballero.
We found a suicide on property. Someone hung themselves from a garage.
Deputies rushed to the Sable Club apartments for an apparent suicide, only to find his body. By Wednesday, the search for Mia intensified, with investigators and family members at Arden Villas, Blanchard Park, and Lake Monroe. On Thursday, the search expanded to New Smyrna Beach after family told us a cell phone belonging to Caballero pinged in that area.
Okay, basically, you guys got the idea. You guys got the idea. Now, here's the thing. What can we learn? Okay, so you got to see. I mean, now women have to deal with this more than us as men. Women, you guys have to deal with this more than us as men. As men, we're not going to typically have women following around us, getting upset that we're not going to deal with them, and then trying to delete us because of that, right? That's typically not going to happen to us as men. That's more likely going to happen to a woman. So you as a woman, you women out there, you got to start, forget fun. Safety has to be your number one thing. Safety has to be your number one thing. Whenever you walk into a building, the first thing you should do is look for the exits, the emergency exits. You should know what all that stuff is in case something go down. You know what I'm saying? You should know what all that stuff. The man that's with you should be doing that too, but you should be doing that for yourself. You should be doing that for yourself. But the number one thing is you gotta learn how to read people, man, and don't just brush people off thinking that they just gonna take it on the chin. This is 2022. A lot of people ain't taking stuff on the chin no more, man, and they willing to go to hell and send you with them, just because they frustrated. No, we can't allow that to happen to us no more, man. We can't allow that to happen. We gotta take charge of our post and all type of property in view, and that's us. You are your post, and all your temple property is anything that belongs to you, and you got reign over, you got control over. That's the temple property. You got to maintain. You got to take charge of that, and take charge of it in the most safest way possible. But you are the temple. You are the temple. You're the temple. So you're the temple property. That's your post. Yourself. You're the temple. Right? So from now on, you women, when you out there and you meet men, what you gotta look for is red flags. You gotta look for this stuff for your own safety. You gotta look for red flags, man. You gotta look for people that's stalking you. You gotta look for people that won't take no. See, back in the day when I was coming up, not taking no was being persistent. It was looked at as a good thing. Not today. Not today. These dudes are deleting women for. I mean, just because they getting rebuffed, just because they getting hearing the word no. It is what it is. I got a granddaughter, man. I'm gonna teach her everything I'm telling you right now, and much more, safety precautions. When you dealing with men, you never know what a man is thinking, man. Men get so good at covering up what they thinking about and how they moving till they can. Some men are so like Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was so good at masking the evil intentions that he had props and everything. Man, listen. Watch yourself out here, women and men. Watch yourself out here. We as men, on the other side of that, we got to learn how to not be so impulsive. We got to stop being impulsive. We got to stop seeing these women. And it's hard. It's hard because you've been, like I said, you've been conditioned to respond to any type of stimulus that involves that can remotely involve sexuality. You've been conditioned to respond to that, and it's hard for you to fight those impulses. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad called that mass hypnosis. You under mass hypnosis to respond to every girl that come by. Woo! I smell her. I just you all wild, right? So Elijah Muhammad called that mass hypnosis, where the TV can teach us all how to respond and condition us to respond in mass on this level, and we as men, we become impulsive, and we start doing different stuff like this, man. And unfortunately, unfortunately, the young lady lost her life. But I didn't bring this up here to talk about Elijah Muhammad. I brought this up here to talk about what can you do to keep yourself safe, men and women. Men, you got to learn how to control these impulses these ingrams that have been impressed upon you. You got to control that. And same thing with the women. You got to learn how to look at a man and quickly do the mathematics in your head. Why is this man helping me? What's going on? Oh, he obviously may want something further than just a friendship. You can get that energy off the average guy. Once you see that, then you got to recognize what you're dealing with. Now, if you tell somebody, hey, look, I'm going out with somebody. My suggestion for women, don't just shoot a dude down. Right? I had a woman tell me one time, oh, you just too short. I thought you was taller than that. And I'm about 5'10". So, I mean, I'm not no short dude, but I mean, the way she said it was like, you are useless. She basically said, you are useless. I thought you were taller than that. I was like, oh, okay. Now, I could have handled that. I could have been like, and she turned around and walked away from me. Now, I could have did something. I could have attacked her, right? But why? For what? I'm not her cup of tea. I'm not her cup of tea. Why am I going to attack this girl because I'm frustrated because the girl didn't want me? There's so many women out here, man. Anyway, watch yourself out here, people. Watch yourself out here. All right, y'all. Y'all know what's next, right? Y'all know what's next. We ain't got time, man. We got so much to get to today. We ain't even got time to play. The Black History Minute. I don't know if you guys know, but black people in particular were enslaved in America. Now, there's a discrepancy between when slaves actually got here. Is it 1555 or is it 1619? There's a discrepancy there. There's 64 years of hidden history. But I'm not going to go through that today. I just wanted to put it out there so you could do your own research, right? Slavery comes to North America 1619 to satisfy the labor needs of a rapidly growing North American colonies. White European settlers turned in the early 17th century from indentured servants, mostly poor Europeans, to a cheaper, more plentiful labor source, enslaved Africans. It's not me. See, it's not me. This was on the paper. It's not me. Okay. After 1619, when a Dutch ship brought 20 Africans ashore at the British colony of Jamestown, Virginia, slavery spread quickly through the American colonies. Though it is impossible to give an accurate figures, some historians have estimated that 6 to 7 million enslaved people were imported. That's just the imports. That's not the people that's already here. That's just the imports. Were imported to the New World during the 18th century alone. Now, let's look at this because, see, sometimes people want to see. I just want the truth. I'm not on one side or the other. I'm just looking at the truth. Okay, they say it's an estimated 6 to 7 million Africans actually made it here. Now, they said that on every journey, on most of the journeys, they said they. Who's the they? This is another, I've got this information from another book. I forgot the name of the book. But you go research it. You go research this number if you want. They said approximately 30% of the people they took, the slaves they took, actually survived and made it over here. 30%. So we could do the math. If we do the math, that we could say that 6 to 7 million people is 30% of what number? See what I'm saying? It's a lot of people, over 200 million people, right? Just say it. Just say it. Just let that sink in for a minute. Okay. Depriving 6 or 7 enslaved people were imported to the New World during the 18th century alone, depriving the African continent of its most valuable resource, its healthiest and ablest men and women, and children, by the way, and children. Don't think they didn't take children. They took children as well. After the American Revolution, many colonists, particularly in the North, where slavery was relatively unimportant to the economy, began to link the oppression of enslaved Africans to their own oppression by the British. No. That's not what happened. I know they want you to think, oh, the people in the North had such a caring about that situation. Some did. Now, I'm not going to discount everybody. But the main reason why they had an issue with the South having all these slaves is because the South was getting rich. They was getting rich off this free labor. And the North wasn't with the free labor. They wasn't with it. And so, therefore, they didn't have, in the North, they had a more refined lifestyle. There wasn't as many farms. It wasn't no plantations where you got just acres and acres of wheat, acres and acres of tobacco, acres and acres of cotton, acres and acres. You won't have that up north. You don't need 100, 200 slaves to work up north because you don't have the business model was different. Y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me, man. Y'all want me to talk about the beef, right? Y'all want me to talk about who's beefing with who and why and what. Salute to Rush. Salute to the Rush. Though leaders such as George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, both slaveholders, hey, not me, it's on the paper, it's on the paperwork, not me, took cautious steps toward limiting slavery in the newly independent nation. The Constitution tactically acknowledged the institution, guaranteeing the right to possess any person held to service or labor, an obvious euphemism for slavery. Yeah. Many northern states had abolished slavery by the mid-18th century. I told you why they abolished it. Why they didn't have no. You ain't got no. The North didn't have no super big plantations. You don't need no 100,000. You don't need no 100, 200 slaves working every day in the North. Their business models were different. The business models were different. They were business to business type of business model. It wasn't like a farm or a plantation that you got to have 100 different slaves and 200 different slaves. I mean, you don't need that up north. Many other states had abolished slavery by the end of the 18th century, but the institution was absolutely vital to the South, where Black people constituted a large minority of the population, and the economy relied on the production of crops like tobacco and cotton. Congress outlawed the import of new enslaved people in 1808, but the enslaved population in the U.S. nearly tripled over the next 50 years, and by 1860, it had reached nearly 4 million, with more than half living in the cotton-producing states of the South. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. So that's when slavery came to North America. Why, Clarence? Why you keep talking about Black history? Don't nobody care nothing about Black history. We don't care. We don't want to hear about that. No, you need to hear about this. Your children need to hear about it. That way, they can integrate it into all the history that they know, and that they know that this happened. This was a bump in the road, and this situation happened. You think that? Let me tell you something. The most influential people out here, the Jewish community, they won't let you forget for a second what they went through in Nazi Germany. They won't let you forget it for a second. So it's good enough for them, and they running everything. Same thing with the Anglo-Saxons. They won't let you forget that their history. Matter of fact, they got a king in the court. They got a king in their court to let you remember that they were royalty. Huh? If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for us. We need to remember our history, not so we can be pointing the finger and saying, hey, Your grandfather enslaved my grandfather. That's not the point. The point is for us to know our history, so our children, when they see the government making certain moves, they can know what to do. Why do you think the Jews they keep that history out there? They know. They want to know. They keep that so their children can keep their eyes open. They see the government moving funky against them. They already know, or they see any group moving against them funky. They already know what they got to do. We need to be the same way. We need to be the same way. We can get somewhere. We'll probably get somewhere around here. Anyway, moving on, y'all. Moving on. But don't take my word for it. That's the slavery comes to North America 1619. Like I said, that's debated whether it's 1619 or 1555. 64 years of hidden history. Go check that out. But don't take my word for it. Dig that. Go do it. Go do your own history. Go do your own research. All right, y'all know what's coming next. Y'all know what's coming next. Holy smokes, we almost there, y'all. We almost there. The 10 highest paying jobs in technology for 2022. You got a child? Oh, Clarence, my child is in the 6th grade. Okay. You need to go over this list with him. Product manager. So in the list of higher paying jobs, you would have to define, definitely heard about this one, becoming a project manager, a product manager. A product manager helps determine the parameters around the product and engineering team's builds. Then leads the development of that product from conception to launch. Some of the skills required in project manager are strong understanding of the concept, product lifestyle management, knowledge of product management tools like Pivotal Tracker, JIRA, and Asana, strong analytical skills, exceptional time management skills. Product manager is responsible for delivering an operating plan that can help achieve strategic and tactical goals and objectives. Building a product portfolio, managing and implementing marketing activities, and contributing to the product safety and its vision. The average yearly salary of a project manager is over $100,000 annually. Clarence, man, we ain't rocking with you because you spend so much time talking about all of this stuff. Yeah, I know. Go to the Super Friends. The Super Friends are talking about Tasha K and some other bull crap, right? Or go over to the beef. Take you a knife and a fork and go on over there to the beef where they beefing hard. And ain't no winners coming out of that. None. Zero. No winners are coming out of that. I know they're going to tell you, I won, I did it, I won. No. They're going to be so radioactive, all of them. No winners are coming out of that situation. None. Zero. Unfortunately, even the people defending their positions, all of them going to be so radioactive, none of them are going to come. No, nobody's going to come out a winner. Maybe some people will get the information they want to get out to you, but there ain't none of them coming out of them beefs winners. There will be no winners. They're going to be radioactive, especially for anybody that wants to do any business. They're going to be radioactive. But I don't know what I'm talking. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Y'all right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Number 9, artificial intelligence engineer, AI engineer. Artificial intelligence engineer, architect develops, manages, and oversees AI initiatives within the organization. An AI architect would have deep knowledge in mathematics, statistics. All right. The average salary of an AI architect is $110,000 annually. Holy smokes! Who else out there is talking to you about this? Who? And them Negroes talking to you about. They're trying to get subs, views, and Patreon subscribers. They keep telling you, hey, I ain't even holding you hostage. Hey, if I don't get no, you gotta get the likes up. If you don't get the likes up, I ain't gonna say nothing. If you don't get the likes up, I ain't gonna say nothing. I don't even hold you hostage like half of them fools do. They out here hold you hostage like Kim Samuels. Hold the whole audience hostage. Oh, okay. I'll play some bad music if you guys don't get the likes up to what the likes what I want, then I'm gonna play some music for you. But you go to them and I don't understand it, but I appreciate the ones of y'all that are here. I appreciate y'all. I don't want y'all to think I'm taking it out on y'all. I'm just telling you the mentality of as black people, because I do this channel mostly for black people. I have other ethnicities that's come in here, and I appreciate them as well. But the focus is our situation is so dire that I'm trying to alleviate that situation first. But anyway, number 8, full stack developer. Today, there are over 23 million developers globally, and by 2023, it will reach 27.7 million, definitely making it one of the highest paid IT jobs in the industry. It is difficult to pin down the definition for a full stack developer, but its closest description would be someone who is well versed in both front end and back end development, or someone with skills in every stage of development of the concept all the way to the end of the product. A full stack developer, the average yearly salary of a full stack developer is $106,000 a year. Who else out there is telling y'all about different careers you can get into? Yeah, of course you should be working on starting your own business. Shout out to E Black. Shout out to E Black. I love you, brother, but whew, I don't like what I'm seeing with and I don't blame you, brother. I really don't, because you were definitely offended, totally, way worse. But I'm just saying, brother, not gonna be no winners in this situation. Not gonna be no winners. Everybody's gonna be walking around with so much radiation on them, man. It's just gonna be. But I understand what you had to do. You had to do what you had to do because your wife was involved in, and your family was involved in. I understand. Believe me, I understand. I'm just saying, it's just a bad situation, man. It's a bad situation. But shout out to E Black. Go over and check out E Black TV. If you haven't already subscribed to E Black TV, go over there and check out E Black TV. That's my brother, but I wish it wouldn't have. I wish this stuff wouldn't have went down the way it did. Anyway, let's move on. Cloud architect. Next in the list of paying jobs in technology is cloud architect. The cloud architect deploys and oversees an organization's cloud computing strategy. Some of the skills and knowledge required by a cloud architect include a thorough understanding of cloud application architecture, knowledge of Amazon Web Services, AWS, and Azure, or Google Cloud Platform, good communication skills. The average yearly salary of a cloud architect is $107,000 annually. Annually. See, so now, black children. See, we got to stop playing around. You need to get in there at the third grade. Third grade, that's when you introduce higher science. Maybe not trigonometry, but algebra or higher mathematics. That's when you start getting to them on, multiplication, division. You start hitting them hard with the multiplication, hitting them hard with the division, and sneak a little algebra in there on them. You got to sneak it in there on them and keep them, because you got to prepare them. We as black men, we are not in the house, and we are not doing this as a mass. Yes, some of us are there, right? I'm there, E Black's there, but some of us are not there. A lot of us are not there, because we out here trying to be the Lone Ranger, slinging that ding-a-ling wherever we can, right? How's that helping our children? How's that helping our children? Then you blaming black women for the problem, and you left the child with the woman. You left her there. Oh, Clarence, I got beat up in the court, and they took her from me. Okay, what can you do about that? The only thing you could do is go back and get in them children's life. Do as much as you can. What's worth it? Getting between the legs of some girl or your child? Our priorities is all messed up. Our priorities is all messed up, man. We just not. We inside out and upside down. We just don't know what we doing. And then we keep saying black women are the issue. They are really not the issue. They're only the issue because they're being left to the feminist movement. I know I shouldn't have said the F word, the F bomb, but they're being left to the goals of the feminist movement, which those goals were typically enacted by women that don't have families, that don't have nuclear families, that don't push towards nuclear families, which we know is the best way to raise children. Class, we don't want to hear you, man. We don't want to hear you, man. When you going to just talk about E-Black? When you going to talk about Gerald? When you going to talk about all these other people that's beefing? Hang around. I'm going to get there. Hang on. Next is a develop ops engineer. One of the next best paying jobs in technology is DevOps engineer. Okay, I was talking about earlier about black children. You got to get them started with mathematics by 3rd grade. 4th grade is too late. It's too late. Not to say they're not gonna be nothing, but I'm saying you're putting them behind this. You're putting them behind the times. 3rd grade. 3rd grade. Hit them with that science. Hit them with that mathematics. Hit them. Hit them. Hit them. Hit them. Hit them. You hit them in the 4th grade. You step it up. In the 5th grade, you step it up and step it up and step it up and step it up. That way, when they graduate high school, man, they look around, man. What they say, the sky is open for them. The sky is open in STEM. But see, we need to teach our children. We're not teaching our children. I'm talking about the men now. We're not attacking it. We're not attacking that situation, right? Because we're so ashamed of ourselves. We done left this situation and we ain't really checked in with them. So we can't comfort ourselves with what? Sex. Y'all don't hear me? Y'all don't hear me. I know. Me and Rico, we the dinosaurs. We called this beef 5 months ago. Me and Rico seen this coming 5 months ago. We called it. We saw it coming. That's why we kept on stomping. We saw it coming. But, we don't know what we're talking about. We just 2 old dudes over here. We don't know what we're talking about. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about now. And now I'm talking about you need to have especially your sons, 3rd grade. Hit them. Hit them. Hit them. They need to know math, science. You need to be hitting them with the math and the science hard. Not hard. Not 3rd grade hard. Then you need to be hitting them hard by the 5th and 6th grade. That's when you hit them hard. But I'm talking about you introducing math and science at another level to them in the 3rd grade. I used to take my baby boy, I used to take him to like the science fairs and stuff like that because I knew he wasn't going to listen to me, but I let him listen to all these other people talking to him, showing him, and they would let him build stuff and stuff like that. You got to do it. You got to do it. And some of us going to have to suffer. We have to make sacrifices for these children. But see, the problem is in the black community, nobody wants to sacrifice. Not nobody, excuse me. A lot of our brothers don't want to sacrifice for these children. And they don't know how. Because they didn't have no father there. So they don't know what the hell to do. I'm paying my money. I'm good. I'll bring a present on your birthday and on Christmas. Meanwhile, I'm out here. I'm on these girls. I'm on these 304s. I got to make it happen. And our children are going down the drain. They're getting sucked into the prison pipeline, or they're getting sucked into mediocrity, where this world says, if you're mediocre, you're a good person. Just stay out the way. Don't strive too hard for anything. That's wrong. That's crazy. You should strive for everything. What you don't get is because your Lord and in heaven decided that it ain't the right time for you to have it. Maybe it's going, it's actually not funny. There's a story out of the Quran where Moses was working with this angel. Moses hooked up with this angel. And this angel had to do different things, and he would always leave Moses. But this time he took Moses with him. And so this family got on this boat, and he met the guy at the water. He said, "Hey, what's going on?" He said, "Oh, no, I'm just letting." I'm paraphrasing. Just watching this boat go out to the boat gets out way out to the ocean, and it starts sinking. And Moses said, "Hey, you made that boat sink? Did you drill a hole in it and make the boat sink?" And the angel said, "Yeah, yeah." And he said, "Hey, I thought you were supposed to be doing good stuff. What happened here? Why you do that?" And the angel said, "Hey, that dude was gonna grow up to oppress many, many people. He was gonna be an evil ruler. That little boy. This had to be done." Moses like, "I can't believe it. I can't." Moses is so broken. We talking the Quran now. Moses is so out of sorts. Moses is so out of sorts. The man said, "This is where we must part ways. This is where we must part ways. You don't understand my work, and you can't bear it. So this is where we must part ways." When are y'all gonna tell them girls, this is where we must part ways? Yeah, you can have your little social life, but a little social life, y'all doing it like this. You got a big social life and a little bit of time for your children instead of having a big child, all this time for your child and having a little social life. But see, I'm the crazy one, right? I'm the crazy one. I'm just telling you the truth. But no, man, go out there and see the Super Friends. Go out there to the Super Friends. Oh, go out there and get in the beef. Get in the beef. Go out there in the nuclear war that's going on out there. Everybody's doxing everybody. Everybody's throwing rocks at everybody. They're crushing each other. And it's all going to end in just a bunch of radioactive content creators, unfortunately. Even the ones that's just laying their case out. Even the ones that's saying, "Hey, look, this mistake was said. I'm just clearing up this mistake." Unfortunately, because of the nature of the situation, even those people that may not have intended to do this or that to other people, going to end up in everybody being radioactive. So when business opportunities, bye-bye. They're going to say, "Hey, let me go to your channel." Holy smokes. Holy smokes. You know what? and I'm going to show you this today because I'm going to show you what happened to MTR. I'm going to show you what happened to Media Tutorials and Reviews because of an association he had with somebody that cost him big, cost him huge. We're going to go over that. Anyway, let me finish this. The average yearly salary of a DevOps engineer ranges from $95,000 to $140,000 per year. Shout out to Simma. Per year. Who else telling you? Them niggas ain't telling you none of this. I'm telling you how to have your child go somewhere and do something, and you got control of it. You can get involved in it now. You gotta be subtle. You gotta just drop subtle things. I got a granddaughter right now. I keep telling my granddaughter, "You gonna be my doctor? Cause I'm gonna be sick." "Yeah, I'll be your doctor, Pop. I'll be your doctor. I'll take care of you." But that's a subtle thing I'm putting in her head. That I expect her to be a doctor. Subtle thing I'm putting in her head. See? And by the time she gets to 18, she probably will have that already as a standard in her head. I know that's already what I want to do. I've been thinking about this. We've been discussing this since I was 3 years old. Y'all want to go over to the beef sector, right? Y'all go over to the beef sector. I'm talking about this person. Well, I'm going to talk about you. Well, I'm going to talk about you. Well, I'm going to talk about you. Okay. Go on over there. I'm giving out information to save some lives, brother. We trying to save lives over here. Not saying they ain't. I'm just saying that's our mission here, man. That's why Brother Clarence try to stay clear of that stuff. He tries to stay clear of that stuff, man. I try to do a lot of stuff in the background. Once I see that the people are determined to make it happen, I back off of it. There ain't nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do to tell a grown man, hey, don't do this. People say, how can you gotta hold somebody accountable? How am I gonna hold somebody accountable? Only to hold somebody accountable, you have to be able to inflict some type of retribution on them. You got to be able to stop what they're doing physically. How can I stop what anyone's doing physically? Only thing I can do is say a word to them. I can point out the gaps in understanding. If they're still determined to do it, this is where we must part ways. This is where we must part ways. Good luck to you, but this is where we must part ways. You can come see me, like my brother E Black. You can come see me, but I will not be over there involved in none of that stuff no more. Absolutely. You can come see me. You got my number, brother. You can come see. Same thing with Daryl. You got my number, brother. You can come see. I'll never be a part of nothing like that. Never. Because I ain't got nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. All right, y'all. I'm just going off. Okay, number 5. We got to get through this because I gotta get into a meteor tutorial. I got so much info. I got so much stuff we got to go through. Okay, come on. Blockchain engineering. It specializes in developing and implementing architecture and solutions using blockchain technology. The worldwide spending on blockchain solutions is expected to reach $15.9 billion by 2023, meaning there will be plenty of demand for blockchain experts across industries and geographies. The average yearly salary of a blockchain engineer is over $150,000. Who out here is telling you how to get $150,000? Who? Without saying, hey, go to my Patreon, pay me $25 a month, and I'll slowly get you up there. I'm just telling you. You can reach it for itself. E Black, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I knew you. I know the kind of cat you are, so I know you understand. Hopefully, everybody else understands. I am not trying to get involved in nothing that ain't got nothing to do with me. But peace to you, brother. I understand your plight, and I just was trying to I was trying to deal with it before it got to this point, but now it's at this point, it's way beyond what anything I could do. All right, so what's the next thing? Number 4, software architect. Next on the list of best paying jobs in technology is a software architect. A software architect optimizes the development process by making design choices and dictating technical standards such as coding tools and platforms. As a part of their role, they identify customers' requirements and perform hands-on work to develop prototypes. The average yearly salary of a software architect is over $114,000 a year. Holy smokes. That's why I said 4th grade is too late. 4th grade is too late. 3rd grade. You need to be you need to be hitting your child with the sciences, introducing them to science, right? Introduce them to a science, make it fun for them, right? I used to take my baby, like I said, I took my baby boy all over LA County where they had different science, different things, to the point where he started asking me. He started looking it up, asking me in the 3rd or 4th or 5th grade, hey, they're having this science thing. Can we go? Right? But we got to do this. Now, I know I'm married. I was married. So, but I still had things going on in my life. I had to make sure that I make that time available. We all do. And sometimes I didn't. Sometimes I wasn't able to do it, but I did what I could when I could. And that's what all of us need to do. Ain't none of us perfect, but we got to make some sacrifices. There were some days I wanted to go to work and make some overtime, but I knew this boy wanted to go here and do this, and it was going to help him later. See, I saw it after the 12th grade, so I had to do it now, right? 3rd grade. I'm going to burn it in y'all brains. 3rd grade. Clarence, he's just a boy. He can't handle math. Yes, he can. He can handle it. She can handle it. They can handle it. 3rd grade. That's when you start introducing them to science, the sciences. You can make it fun for them, buy them books. I bought my son different experiments that they could do and stuff. You know what? Some of them they did, some of them they didn't. But I didn't force them to do. The thing is, I introduced it to them, and I just kept putting the pressure on them and putting the pressure on them and putting the pressure on them. One of them is stuck. One of them is stuck. The other one it didn't. But that's okay. He's still smart. It just school ain't his thing. School ain't his bag. Anyway, point is you introduce to them. You introduce to them. By the time they get to a certain age, man, they already they got a broader vision of what they can look to actually be. But you don't introduce the sciences to these children. They get to the 12th grade, and then they are so far behind by the time they get to the 12th grade. They don't see themselves as smart enough to even go on to college and get higher education. They don't see them. So what do? They get out of the street and they hustle. They hustle. They jump right on that train straight to the prison pipeline, right? Because hustling, for 90% of those guys out there hustling, that's what's going to happen to them. They're eventually going to get caught up in the prison pipeline. Now, question, if we can see that can happen, that's probably what's going to happen. Why don't we introduce our children to a new thinking early? Especially the men, especially us as men. Why don't we introduce that early? Oh, Clarence, man, I'm out here trying to make it, man. These 304s is out here, man. I got to move them around. I'm going to move these 304s around with them, man. Yeah, if you got time. But your first responsibility is to your children. Because they didn't make themselves. They didn't make themselves. You, as the man, you determined what their sex would be. Me? Oh, how I do that? I have sex with that. Because women only have X chromosome, brother. You got the X and the Y. You're gonna determine what the sex, the gender of the baby is. You determine that. You determine the lineage. You determine the bequest. You determine what's left to this person. You're gonna determine all of that. Typically, you'll determine the language they speak. See, we fathers out here, we don't even realize the awesome responsibility we have. Awesome. It's huge. Like Donald Trump said, huge. It's huge. Huge responsibility. But we didn't have no fathers ourselves, so who's here to tell us? And anybody who tell us, we too slick to listen. We too slick to listen to them. Clarence, what you talking about, Clarence? Clarence, leave us alone. Clarence, leave us alone. Hey, I thought you was going to talk about the nuclear fission last night. No, oh yeah, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Give me a minute. Number 3, data engineer. Big data engineer. Internet users generate about 2.5 quintillion bytes. Go tell your child to look up 2.5 quintillion. Tell them to look up what a quintillion means. Go tell them to look up what a quintillion means. Clarence, my baby's only in the 1st grade. They can handle it. Go tell them. Go look it up. So they can they can start understanding what's going to be required of them in this world, in today's world. In today's world, there was a time in this world where you could make a lot of money with your own boat, rowing people across the river. You can make a lot of money. Because people will come down there and say, hey, can you help us get this across? Hey, can you help us get this across? You can make a lot of money. Today, you can't do that. They got boats that you got to get in the boat, and the boat will take you over there. So I'm saying, times change. You got to change. You got even up into Elijah Muhammad said, even up to the modern times. You got to be ready to go even up into the modern times. Can't just stay that way. If the times are changing, you got to change with the times. Internet users generate about 2.5 quintillion bytes of data each day. To harness and gain insights from such a huge amount of data, over 97% of organizations are investing in big data and AI. The average salary of a big data architect is $140,000 a year. Which one of them are telling you how to get $140,000 a year and teach your children how to walk into that kind of money? Yes, you should be looking to start your own business, but you got to start somewhere. Most of us ain't got no, our parents haven't left us no big business. Most of us. If they have, cool, that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. Your parents did what they were supposed to do, bequeath you that money. That's cool. But most of us, are we in that situation? Most of our people will leave us maybe a little house, maybe a little piece of insurance money. We ain't got no big business that but so until you can create something like that, go work for somebody who can show you how to do it. There ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. They just call it a journeyman. You journeyman with a plumber, a real plumber, and until you learn how to do the plumbing, and then you can go out on your own. But you know what? Pride. We got so much pride as black people. We got pride. Pride stops us from taking good teaching. Pride. We got too much pride. That nigga can't tell me nothing. That nigga can't tell me nothing. He ain't gonna tell me nothing. I know what I'm talking about. He can't tell me nothing. Don't tell me nothing, Clarence. I know what I'm talking about. You just stay talking about what you talking about, because I know, I can't tell me nothing. Okay. I saw this nuclear war coming 5 months ago. 5 months ago. I called it. I said, this is exactly what's going to happen. And it's peeling out even worse than I thought. Unfortunately for those involved. Unfortunately, because I like most of these guys. And it's unfortunate that it's turning out this way. But y'all think the dinosaurs don't know what we're talking about? Okay. Go to their page. Go to Super Friends. Go to the Super Friends pages, right? And see what they're talking about. See if they're talking about. I give you more content. Go back into my catalog of live streams. I give you more information than they ever will give you on 10 of their live streams. I'm giving you more information on one live stream. They give you on 10 live streams. Go check it out. They ain't giving you no information to help your children. They mean well. I'm not saying they don't mean well, but are they giving you this kind of information? Hell no. Hell no, they not. I was in the Army. I was in the Air Force. I was, half of what they're telling you is telling you about them. I'm your little brother. I'm telling you to help you, to help our people. Stop crutching. Stop walking around crutching. I can't get a job because of white man. I can't get a job because of this. It's a situation against me. This situation against me. Ain't nothing stopping you except your ignorance. Your pride and ignorance is the only thing in your way. And your laziness. If you would get out of your own way, beloved, you can have whatever you want in this world. You won't have to go beg the NFL. I gotta go to them and beg them to hire you. Hell, the NFL will be begging you to work for them. But your mentality is you twisted, you backwards. I'm gonna sue you, make you hire me. Good luck. Hope it works. I ain't no hater. Get your money. But I think that's a you know what I'm saying? To me, it's better to have a spare tire in the car instead of saying to yourself, I know my tires will never go flat. So, and if they do, I'll just push it. Yeah, you can do that. But why not use a spare tire? Why not have a spare tire? Clarence, you talking crazy. Okay, we got to go. Internet of Things Solutions Architect. One of the most in-demand and best-paying jobs in technology today is the IT Solutions Architect. The IoT Solutions Architect is a leadership role of overseeing the strategy behind development and deployment of IoT solutions. In addition to understanding IoT solutions, one should also have strong programming skills and understanding of machine learning and technology of hardware design and architecture. Highest paying job you can earn in this high paying job, you can earn an average of $130,000 annually. Talk back to me, man. Who is out there? And I'm not pushing. I'm just saying, this place should have 10,000 people in here, right? We got 7 people in here, and I thank you for who's here. I appreciate you, but I'm just saying. I'm giving, and I ain't making you. I'm not gonna hold you hostage. Nope, I ain't saying nothing else until I get 10 likes. Nope, I ain't saying nothing else. All these cats hold you hostage, right? I ain't saying nothing else until I get 10 more likes. It's 10 people. It's 12 people in here, and I only got 5 likes. So until y'all get the likes up to 12, I ain't saying nothing else. Y'all go out there and y'all let them hold y'all hostage, man. I don't understand this, man. I don't understand it, and they don't even tell you nothing. I don't get it, man. But hey, man, shout out to everybody out there, all the content creators, all my fellow content creators, man. Get your money, do what you got to do, man. If you feel that way about your audience, well, you got to hold them hostage, like Kevin Samuels hold it. And I'm a subscriber of Kevin's, but I don't agree with the holding people hostage. I just don't. When he does that stuff, I'm gone. I very rarely get a chance to see him now, but when I wasn't a content creator, I had more time to look at his stuff. But I'm just saying, I mean, whenever he did that stuff, I'm gonna play this crazy music until y'all get the likes up. I'm holding you hostage. I'm holding you hostage until you do it. They extort you. They're extorting you for your likes. You got to like it. They're gonna extort you out of a like. That's extortion. But you know what? We pay the ransom. We out here paying the ransom. That's why they keep doing it. That's why they keep doing it. That's why they keep doing it. Peace to JP. My spirit is good, JP. I'm out here talking about all this crazy stuff I saw last night where people they hold the audience hostage. You know how they do, JP? Hey, I got 100 people in here. I only got 50 likes. You got to give me 10 more likes, and then I'll start talking. You got to give me 10 more likes. When you give me 10 more likes, then I'll start talking. That's straight extortion. That's extortion, right? But hey, it works. It works. I'm just saying you won't ever have to worry about that over here. Ever. You won't ever have to worry about that over here. You're never gonna have to worry about something like that over here. Ever. I'm gonna just tell you the truth. And y'all can choose to leave if y'all want to, but I'm just gonna tell you the truth. Your little brother, I'm just trying to tell you the truth. That's all I want to do. And any kind of different way I can figure out to do it, I'll try to do it. I try to think about different things, I try to do it. Shout out to JP. If you haven't already subscribed to JP, the Inspiring Matriarch, go over there right now, subscribe to JP, the Inspiring Matriarch. Go over to her page. And like I said, subscribe. You decide for yourself if JP got the kind of content you want to follow up. Just like I said about eBlack, you go over there, you subscribe, and you decide if they got the kind of content you want to. That's the kind of content you want to see. All right, let me get to our last thing, and then we're gonna get right into it, y'all. We're gonna get right into it. My last job, data scientist, A data scientist, without a pinch of doubt, is one of the highest paying jobs in industry sectors. There's been a 29% increase in the demand of data scientists year over year, and the dramatic upswing of 344% increase since 2013. And for all the right reasons. A data scientist analyzes and interprets complex data to help organizations make better and more timely decisions. The yearly salary of a data scientist can be as high as $150,000 per year. Ouch. Remember, all of these jobs I'm saying, that's not even on overtime. That's not even getting paid for overtime. Huh? Talk to me. Talk to me. How many do you think black children are finding out about these jobs? I would say most of them are not, unless they go to a technical school. Most of them are not knowing about these kind of jobs. That's why they playing around in high school. They playing. And then when they get to the 12th grade, man, they so far behind, they say, F it. They either drop out or they graduate and get to, but both, a lot of them, they either drop out and start hustling, or they graduate and they start hustling because they're so far behind in mathematics, in communication, in technology, in engineering, in science. They're so far behind. But if we go back and we introduce it to them in the third grade, fourth grade's too late. Third grade, we got to jump on them with the mathematics and science. Easy. We introduce it to them. Clarence, this is the third grade. How can you can't expect them to do mathematics? You can't expect them to do multiplication in third grade. I did. I learned multiplication in third grade and division. If you can do multiplication and division, you can do algebra. And algebra is the path to all the other mathematics. All the other, branches of mathematics. Algebra is what is used in almost all of them. So come on. Third grade. Black children, third grade. You have to introduce science and mathematics to them. Third grade. Got it? You guys got it? If you got it, good. If not, come back next week. I'll hit you again. I'm going to hit you again. All right. That's the jobs of the week. I hope you guys getting something out of this. Okay. All right. Let's get to what we here to talk about. All right. So you guys know yesterday was the day when the nuclear war took place, right? A lot of nukes. Well, last week really, it's been going back and forth like Russia and the Ukraine, right? Nukes going back and forth, missiles going back and forth, right? Everybody trying to put their story out. The other side trying to clear up, that's doing damage control on that story, putting their story out. Other side come back and try to do damage control and putting their story out. And all of us sitting around like little kids in the 40s at a Lone Ranger movie. Oh my God, we can't wait. We can't wait. Now some of us are looking at this stuff saying, okay, I just want to make sure my name don't come up. Okay, I understand, but I just want to make sure my name don't come up. But most of us are looking at it like, who did what? Who did what? We want to know, right? Who did what? Who did what? That person said that? What? That person did that? What? This person made a video about that? What? I didn't know all this was going on. Yeah. That's how most of us looked at it. But what happened was is that it unfortunately devolved to a situation where you're gonna have a lot of radioactivity. It's radioactive. People, you radioactive. JP, you too young. You don't remember Smurf, right? Right? We used to do the Smurf to this song. But my point is, everybody's going to be radioactive. When I say radioactive, I mean from a business sense. From a business sense, if you wanted to build your online presence into a more of a business type of situation, everybody's radioactive. JP, stop lying. You don't remember Smurf. But I'm just saying, we see the thing about throwing nukes. Other people got nukes too. Other people got nukes, and that's the thing. And so when the nukes start flying, it's gonna be scorched earth on both sides. This is what I tried to lay out to different people in the middle of this situation. There ain't gonna be no winners. There ain't gonna be no winners. There's nobody's gonna climb out of the rubble. Shout out to Sister Inya. There ain't gonna be nobody that crawls out of the rubble and dusts off their clothes and go get do a victory lap. There won't be. Everybody's gonna be. There's a good documentary that HBO did called Chernobyl. There's a good documentary. You need to go watch that. That's a good documentary. In this documentary, I was playing some of the trailer. In the documentary, it discusses the 1986 meltdown of the Chernobyl nuclear reactor number 4 as it melted down. And it melted down because they were trying to run some type of test on it, and they didn't realize that by the way they did the test, they should have gotten the water out of there, and they didn't. And once those rods hit that water, which is not supposed to do that, right? I'm using the basic terms. But anyway, the point is, that whole place was radioactive. The whole place is radioactive. Just like Japan, where they dropped the bombs in Hiroshima. 100-mile radius, nobody can go in there because the radioactivity is too hot. You can't do nothing there. They had to kill all the livestock. They had to kill all the birds. They had to kill anything living in there. They had to kill. Why? Because they had still people that was trying to eat that stuff. They was trying to still drink milk from the cows. They was trying to still eat the beef. Finally, the Russians had to send a crew in there to just kill everything. They didn't give them no protection, no nothing. They just sent them in there. Didn't even tell them. They have a way to measure radioactivity. It's called Roentgens. It's in Roentgens. Three Roentgens. I believe it's 3. 3 Roentgen. That's bad. That's bad. 3. 3 Roentgen. That place, they have places over there. It was over 30,000 Roentgen. That means you get exposed to something like that, you're dead in 3 days, 4 days, tops. You're dead. Why? Why are you dead? What's actually happening when this radioaction? Now, I'm going to give you the mathematics of radioactivity. What happens is it starts breaking down. It just starts breaking down your molecules. One of those isolated molecules come in, and they just start, those atoms come in, and they just start bam, hit this atom, hit that atom, hit this atom, hit that. It just basically starts going through your whole body, breaking down all the molecules, breaking down all the atoms. What can you do? In this situation, it's a bad situation. I feel for because a lot of these people I really like. A lot of these people I really like. And I tried to talk to them behind at the back door. And it didn't work out. Well, I thought Brother Clarence, no, Brother Clarence tried. But one thing I know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught me that you cannot get in front of a determined idea. If somebody's determined to do something, there's nothing you can do. I mean, you could tell them, but if they determined to do other than what you're telling them, nothing you can do. Got to move out of the way and stand clear so you don't get hit with the rubble. So now we got the aftermath of the nuclear war. The nuclear war was all last week, right? It's still coming. I think he black got 30 for 30. I mean, it's still coming. But what's going to be gained? What's going to be gained? Other than, now I will say this, other than straightening out information about different details about different things, what's going to be gained? That's something we got to look at. That's something we got to look at. Because some of our people, man, we getting caught in these, we getting caught in these nuclear wars, and we think, hey, I'm gonna come out the winner. Are you? What do you get as a trophy, as a prize? I see a lot of smart people, and I didn't want any of them to have the issue that when somebody may approach them and say, hey, I'd like to do some business with you, and then they go to your channel and they see what's going on in your channel, and then they go, uh-oh, you know what? they do like that Christian dude that came in my office that time. We having a good time. We talking about doing business together. Everything's good. Everything's good. He turns around. He sees a final call on the table. He goes, is this yours? I said, yeah. He said, are you Muslim? I said, yeah. He went from this to this. Oh, I didn't know you were Muslim. I said, yeah, what's the problem? He said, I can't do any business with a Muslim person. I said, why not? He said, I said, I'm willing to do business with you. He said, I can't. It's against my principles. I said, okay, brother, I understand. I'm glad you said something up front, because we probably would have had an issue later on. That's the way I looked at it. I look at it like, man, F you, man. You don't let me do nothing with me. Sometimes we don't see God's hand in something, in a separation. Sometimes God comes in to create a separation because you don't know how. You looking at a person and you only looking at the surface of that person. But God see what's behind that person, and He know that ain't a good person for you to do business with. This ain't a person for you to get in a relationship with. And God come and take them. God put them in, get them locked up. God make His wife show up or her husband show up, right? Sometimes you got to get to an old age like me when you can see God's hand in the middle of something. You can recognize God's hand in the middle of something. And you learn how to just go with the flow. Oh, okay. You ain't disappointed. You're actually happy that God intervened in your affairs. And you can see it and you recognize it. But some of us look at it as loss. I didn't get that job. The reason why you didn't get that job because they wasn't going to treat you right on that job. You don't hear me though. You don't hear me. JP, it's not just your channel. Your name is your brand, even your government name. People have been terminated for their Facebook feed and what they said 10 years ago. Yeah. But it's mostly, I think, JP, most people come here, they got a little message, you know what I'm saying? But I think at some point they realize, hey, I might be able to turn this into a business. I might be able to not only share my thoughts and feelings, it might help someone, and I might be able to get paid for it. I think that most people come over here, they feel that way, right? He said, I might be able to turn this into a business. But the problem is when they get caught up, when people get caught up in beefs. Like I saw another young man. He jumped into this thing swinging for one group and then realized, this based on what's being said out here, this ain't the group I want to be connected with. And then tried to jump ship, but the other ship wouldn't let him jump over. They hung him up. They wouldn't let him jump ship. He tried to apologize. It just wasn't they was not accepting it. As a matter of fact, they ran him. They ran him. See what I'm saying? But see, he should have been an observer and looked at the situation from the outside and said, okay, what's actually going on here? I see these two people beefing. See, but I'm old enough to see that. But he's a young cat, so he saw people beefing, and he was already down with this group, so he just started, beefing with these people. Well, y'all got a problem with them? Okay, then I got a problem with them. Not taking the time to see, okay, this may not be all what it's cracked up to be. Okay, let me just stand back. This is for the rest of us. Stand back sometimes. Don't rush in, especially when people try to pull you on a panel and try to get you to attack somebody you ain't never met or talked to or don't even know. Stand quiet. I had a friend that used to work for the probation office, and she said, we used to tell the kids, stand quiet. When they were talking too much, we say, stand quiet. They knew that meant to shut up and get in line. Sometimes we got to stand quiet. We talk too much. We get ourselves caught up in different strife. I saw it all this week. And the people that's actually in the beef, they will reel you in. They will pull you in. No thought to the threat that they pulling you into. No thought to your safety. They just will reel you into it. I'm talking about the ones that reel you in that you don't even know this person. See, it's one thing when you know that you had a run-in with this person. Okay, that's a different story. But they be pulling people in that don't even know what's going on. They don't even know these people. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Oh, sorry about that. I hear all this knocking. I'm like, what the hell is that? Who's doing all that knocking? They're working on somebody's unit upstairs. Okay, so anyway, y'all, it's a bad situation. So let me get first to this. MTR situation, because that's a whole nother situation that we want to get to. Okay, so let me pull y'all up to speed. Y'all know MTR recently went to Las Vegas for a meet up with Kevin Samuels, right? And they were on the street talking to girls and whatnot, right? Okay, so because MTR hooked up with Kevin Samuels, some people started writing into they wrote into his job, to his government job. They wrote into, and then they wrote into one of his sponsors. And so we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. So let me play a little bit of this.
Still fuck with me. I fuck with them. Okay? You guys make sure that y'all skin is clean, smooth, and effortless as you can. You better click on my goddamn T handling links. Anyway.
Okay, so what I want you to recognize is he's so upset. He's so upset over this situation. Now, MTR usually don't curse that. He's usually not that loose with his language, but you're gonna see he's doing a lot of cursing on it because he's hot. He's upset. He's been pushed out of his game. He hooking up with Kevin Samuels made him lose one of his sponsors, so he's upset over it. The bag. His bag got fumbled, right? So now he's a little bit out of sorts. So don't take it personal. I'm not trying to play a whole bunch of cursing, but I want y'all to see some of this.
This was actually posted on the picture of me and Kevin, as you can see right there. There we look good. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Okay, the brother dressed. Listen, whatever his image consultant fees are, pay it. Stop playing around. Pay it. The brother's talented. Anyway. So she saw two black.
Okay, I'm just gonna read it for you. Okay. This male supremacist ideology is no different than white supremacy. So she's saying that MTR is white supremacist, basically, right? The manosphere is a toxic male separatist movement that bashes women and propagates hate. Ouch. They openly disdain women and normalize it through online harassment and real life violence. Now, of course, MTR was like, "What is she talking about?" I never encourage no one to do no violence against no woman. I don't think most of the manosphere does not encourage violence against women. So I don't know where she got that from. Let me get this ad out of here. Okay.
Fucking fantastic.
Yeah, he does a lot. He's hot. He is hot. They openly disdain women in harassment and real life violence. I don't think any of them, most of them don't. There's some of them, there's extremists in any group. There's going to be extremes. So there's some dudes that do talk about being violent with women. Absolutely. But MTR is not one of those guys. And I'm a subscriber of his, by the way. MTR and Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews is an anti-feminist. Yeah, they got him dead to rights there. Misogynistic, no, he's not. Creator who bashes women, particularly black women. Now, how many times have you seen MTR with a woman right here on the side of him? And they just laughing and kicking and talking, right? Now, when women come on his platform, if he was really bashing and he was anti-women, I wonder what the black, well, let me move it along. Let me move it along. Let me move it. I wonder what the Black Lives Matter leaders would think of your sponsorship of hate groups online. Now MTR is sponsoring hate groups. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? This is a nuclear bomb being thrown in this man's lap, right? All because he hung out with Kevin Samuels. He didn't even do nothing. He didn't even do nothing. He just hung out with Kevin Samuels. What if your whole channel was, what if you had money coming in and somebody said, because you hung out with Oprah Winfrey, you are a man basher. I wonder what the Black Lives Matter leaders would think of your sponsorship of hate groups online. I have already emailed Doug McMillan of Walmart, CEO of Walmart, and Brian Cornell, CEO of, I forgot, what is that? CEO of, it says it. Oh man, I forgot. But these companies, right?
You think that KKK people sit down with black people? No. No. You think I'd be able to go out on the street and have conversations with women? Shot Vegas stand.
Maybe it's here. Okay, well, let's do it. Let's do the whole thing. This is him in Vegas with Kevin Samuels.
Visual
Okay, this is him on the street interviewing these two black women with Kevin Samuels right there and this other guy. I think it's actually his page where he was at. Not Media Tutorials and Reviews page, but it was another guy's page, white guy who was actually with them with the camera equipment, and he let MTR interview not only these two black chicks, but a white chick and a Latino chick before this. It looked like it went okay to me. I mean, I didn't see nothing really crazy in it. But anyway, this is the situation that I guess the lady called or sent those letters about whatever because he was hanging out with Kevin. Let's see. Let's get back to them. Okay. And Brian Cornell, CEO of Target, to protest them carrying Teej Hanley's products since your sponsorship of hate groups. Ouch. When businesses start sponsoring hate groups that support online violence and cyberbullying of women, the world should know. I agree with that, but he ain't doing that, in my opinion. He's not doing that, but I agree with that statement. This sponsorship of MTR is a disgrace, and I have written a letter to the Better Business Bureau so they woke consumers are aware of your toxic action, toxic associations. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. So, make a long story short, MTR had a very lucrative deal with a company called Keeps, right? The company that teaches you, they send you that minoxidil every month to keep your hair on your head, right? Very, very lucrative deal. Those people sent him a letter saying, unfortunately, let me see if I can find it. I'm going to let him read it himself. Here we go. This is a letter from maybe his agent, but it's a letter talking about his association with Keeps. I hope you are well. I am writing to let you know that unfortunately Keeps has decided to cancel the upcoming March in the Grave. So March, it was going to be on and popping, right? He's always doing different advertisements for them, but March was, I guess they was going to ramp it up. They are citing brand safety concerns. See, you got to look. See, this is what I was watching a young brother last night, and he was trying to basically switch sides. You can't switch sides in the middle of a war. You can't switch sides. You know, as the great Slim Charles on The Wire said, when you at war, you at war. Once you win it, you win it. Whether it's a lie or not, whether it's a lie or not, you got to stand on that lie. Because we at war. That's why it's so dangerous to get to war. That's why the Quran told us, be slow to anger. Quick to forgiveness is slow to anger. Why? Because when you go to war, some things gonna happen, man. You ain't gonna be able to come back. See, you're gonna have to figure out, what you did is what you did. Y'all saw blood in, blood out. All that over because they thought that the blacks was attacking the Mexicans, and actually, it was the Mexicans that set the whole thing up. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Once it's on, it's on. Once it's on, it's on. Anyway, let's get back to this. They are citing brand safety concerns. Yeah, I was talking about the young brother that was trying to jump ship. See, now he realized, my brand is in trouble because I'm rolling with this side and I'm hearing information that makes me think maybe I should be on that side. Huh? So what he did is he tried to bring the olive branch to the situation. The other side wasn't having it. They took about 30 or 40 minutes to ragdoll this dude, and then they threw him away like an old Kleenex. See, once you're at war, once the nukes start flying, who cares who's right or wrong? Who cares? They didn't care, even though the man was trying to apologize. Who cares? We're at war. We at war. You didn't pick your side. You didn't pick the right side from the first time in the beginning. Cool. That's on you, right? It is what it is. They are citing brand safety concerns as a reason. Apparently, they have gotten backlash from viewers about anti-feminist and misogynistic creators. We will continue to search for new opportunities for your channel with other brands. So it's obviously maybe an ad agency that he was working with, right? What's the point? What's the point? Let me read some of these chats. JP, he's not anti-feminist, anti-second wave and forward, but to be anti-feminist is to deny equal protections, opportunities under the law for women. I know, JP. I hear you, but I mean, when I say anti-feminist, he pushes back on some of their ideologies, right? He does push back on some of their ideologies. JP, Surah 31:19 is a favorite. The brain are loud and all over YouTube, right? Hey. See, me and Rico and people like me, Rico, JP, we just keep telling y'all, man. We just keep telling y'all, and every one of the things we tell y'all come right over the plate. Pop, come right over the plate, right? But people don't want to listen to us. Okay, you don't want to listen to us? Everything we tell y'all come right over the plate. But y'all throw rocks at us. And when I mean throw rocks at us, you ain't throwing physical rocks at us. But I mean, not my people that's in my chat. Shout out to Maybach Music. But they do love drama, Maybach. But I mean, y'all don't throw rocks at us, but y'all leave us alone. Y'all, the rock is in your turning y'all back on the information we trying to give y'all to make y'all lives better, to go get the drama, like Maybach said. Y'all trying to go get the drama, right? Not y'all in the chat, not y'all here now, but I'm talking about y'all as us as black people. Because it should be full in here with the information I'm giving. But no, it's not. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Mr. Beast Mode, good to have you in the building, brother. Good afternoon to you too as well, sir. It should be full, right? But they throw rocks at us. So we were told the story. There was a donkey that fell in the ditch. A donkey fell in the ditch. And it was making such a bad noise. Like it said, the praying asses are loud, right? This donkey made a ditch, and it was the people couldn't even work. The people in the village, they couldn't work because this noise was getting so loud. It was getting louder and louder. This donkey was screaming for help. It had fallen in this deep ditch, right? So the people got so mad at this donkey, they got all these rocks together. They was just gonna stone it, because that's how they stoned people back in the day. They dig this big ditch and they put the person in it and they throw stones at them. Allah Akbar, boom, boom. They just keep hitting them until they gone, right? That's how they used to do it back in the day, right? Of course, we know that they're more civilized today, but back in the day, that's what they used to do. That. Appreciate you, Brother Roy, sir. So this donkey was in this ditch, and the people got tired of putting their fingers in the air. So they gathered these rocks, and they start throwing these rocks at this donkey. Boom, 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 boom. And everybody was throwing all these rocks at the donkey. They threw so many rocks at the donkey that the donkey walked right on out of the hole. See, that's us. We just walk right on out of it. We try to tell y'all, okay, y'all don't want to listen. Okay, we just walk right on away. We just step on back and leave it alone. My sister Don Frank, good to see you in the building. Yeah, but I'm saying they thought they was gonna hurt the donkey by throwing all the rocks. You thought they think they turning their back on us, but we just standing clear. Peace to Dale Long. Peace to you, brother. Peace to you, brother. You know what? Many things that I tried to discuss with my brother Daryl, but that time will come around again where we can have a discussion, because I don't like the way things are turning out on either side, either way. But peace to you, brother. Hope your family is well. Same thing with everyone. I hope everyone's family is well, but I hope your family is well. Yeah. So y'all, you got to look at this thing. You can lose business just by who you associate with. Who would have thought somebody would have got Keeps? Man, you think Keeps was giving him $1,000 a month? No, they was giving him some money. It's probably closer to 5 or 6 G's a month they was giving him. That's some good money. I don't know about y'all, but for me, that would be some good money. That's some good money to just get on the. Hey, you need to go to use Keeps. Go use this product. Yeah, I mean, but that's the power of the feminist movement, can do that to you. So you got to watch your step. You got to watch who you associate with. And then here's the next step. Here's the next level of this. See, with all this beefing, people turn themselves into radioactive graphite. They radioactive. In the movie Chernobyl, they have what they use to make those nuclear power stacks. They use graphite in the sticks that go down into the reactor that go up and down. They use graphite around those things. Once they came out and saw all that graphite all around, because the dude didn't believe it. He said, hey, go put some water on that stack. The dude said, there ain't no stack. There's no core. It's gone. What we gonna do? Bring water over there for? There's nothing there to put water on. It exploded. It's everywhere. He said, you lying. There's no way that can explode. And when he left the building to go to his office, he's walking, you can see out the window, it's graphite all on the floor. Graphite all on the ground. And he just walked by it. Ay. Oh, Sister Don says all the fighting. Let me bring it up. All the fighting is very sad. A couple of months ago, we all liked each other. Sister Don, we did, right? We did. I still like everybody. I get in trouble Sister Don, for liking this person and this person. Some people will come to me and say, why do you still hang out with Daryl Long? It's your fault. You shouldn't even say nothing to him. Remember, they tell me you shouldn't even be connected to Daryl Long. You shouldn't even say nothing to him. You should cut him off. I said, brother, but you can't tell me who I can communicate with, right? Well, why are you talking to E Black? You should cut him loose. If you're talking to him, then you ain't on my team. Wait, brother, you can't tell me who I'm going to connect with. Just because you got a problem with him, don't mean I got a problem with him. Until he showed me that I need to have a problem with him. So far, so good for me. Right? And you know what, Dom? You know, Sister Don, you know the one I really get the most aggression about. I mean, I've gotten aggression from the front. Oh man, my God, Rico has chewed me out so many times about Chaotic Truth. But Chaotic Truth, I haven't gotten so much flack for having him come on the program. Oh my God. So many people have said, man, why are you letting that dude even come up here and open his mouth? And I got to tell him, hey, man, it's my program. I'm going to have who I want to have on. I'm not scared of bringing nobody up here because I know my audience is smart. So they'll see through somebody and they will call them on it in the chat or they'll come on the stage and call them on it. So I ain't got to be scared of nobody like Chaotic. If Chaotic say something crazy, somebody will check it on it. Check them on it. I don't worry about nothing because I'm just telling the truth. So I ain't got to be scared. Why I got to be scared? I got the truth. All they got is they can get loud, get mad, talk crazy. People say to me, hey, you ain't say that to this person because they lie. I said, man, how am I going to stop somebody from coming on the program and lying, intentionally lying up here? What am I going to do? I ain't you gonna stop like, what am I gonna do? It's like when they say you gotta hold somebody accountable. How in the hell am I gonna hold you gotta be able to have enforce what you're talking about when you hold somebody accountable. I can't enforce nothing on nobody. Only thing I can do is point out where I think they're going wrong. And if they agree to it, they agree to it. If they move on it, they move on it. If they don't, they don't. That's why we at where we at now, because I tried to talk to a lot of different people about this situation, and nobody would listen. Well, not nobody would listen. Let me take that back. Certain people was in positions where they had to make a move. So I don't want to say nobody would listen, but most of the people wasn't in that position. They could just sort of took my advice and just stop this thing. It wouldn't have got to this far. But unfortunately, we're here now. You know what I'm saying? It's like when America go to war with somebody, what's the first thing they do? They clear out the embassy. They clear out they get all their people out the embassy and they clear them out. They say, hey, just like Biden said, any Americans in Ukraine, you need to. He said that a month ago. You need to get out of there now. Right? I'm just getting out of there now. Sister Don, oh yes, I hear everyone tell you that. Oh, Sister Don, those are the conversations we had in the front. I can't even tell you about the conversations behind the scenes where I was told if you stay connected to Daryl Long, you are. How many people I done had that conversation with, right? or the E Black conversation. You stay with E Black. Or you stay with Chaotic Truth. I understand though. I mean, I ain't mad at nobody, but I'm just saying, man, I'm my own man. So I just move the way I move. And I guess that's why that keeps me sugar free. I don't have no shrapnel on me, man. I'm just standing out here off to the side saying, man, I wish it wouldn't have happened this way. But on the serious side, I wish it wouldn't have happened this way. I wish all this beef would really be put to rest, man, because I'm from Los Angeles, man. I ain't seen people, I've seen people, man, lose their life for a whole lot less than this stuff. That's why I was so quick to jump in, because I seen it. Being in the nation, being in these peace treaties, at these peace treaty meetings and these gang treaty meetings and stuff like that, doing work. One time, y'all remember me and Brother Jarvis and about two other brothers was at this a well-known rapper, and we was and so me and Brother Jarvis used to do a lot of martial. I mean, a lot, man. We was there, like we was. I was teaching, and we were there like 4 or 5 times a week, man. So anyway, so my teacher got a call. Hey, because my teacher was very well known for protecting, being a bodyguard for Lennox Lewis, the fighter Lennox Lewis. So my teacher's reputation was very well established, and so my teacher said, "Well, I can't be at that situation, but let me get some of my students." So I was the head student. So he sent me and 3 other guys, one of which was Brother Jarvis, to this rapper that was having an album release party. Right? We get there, and next thing you know, it's 300 bloods all over the place. Right? It was a definitely treat for the 4 of us to try to keep 300 bloods off of each other, right? We had to keep 300 bloods off of each other. So we in there, right? We dressed in our in the FOI, suit, bow tie. We suited and booted up in there, right? We trying to keep the peace, roaming around, right? They got big security guards. The biggest one of us was probably about 6'1", but they got security guards that's like 6'2", 6'3", big old dudes, right? And so they was like, "Hey, you guys gonna take care of what's going on inside, right? We got what's outside." I said, "I thought we was gonna work together, brother." They like, "Hey, man, if it get too crazy up in here." And the first thing I noticed that, see, when you come in Muhammad's mosque, you get checked for weapons. We check you for contraband. Why? Because you might be crazy enough to think you could bring some contraband in here, and if you have contraband, the police can come into your they have what they call probable cause to be able to come into your establishment, right? So we check you. We check you when you come in. We check you on your way out. Even if I got to go to my car for a second, no problem, brother. But when you come in, you can't just walk past the checkpoint. We're going to check you at that checkpoint again. Make sure you didn't bring no contraband in here. That's just the way we do it, because we know the police, they can say, "Hey, we saw this person bring XYZ in there, and so that's why we coming in." No, you not. You can't come up in here. No. So anyway, first thing I noticed as a fruit, I noticed that ain't nobody checking for weapons. Now you got this line of people that's absolutely nuts outside, right? I mean, the line is around the corner, man. Someplace down in Hollywood or downtown LA or something like that. But the line is around the corner with a bunch of knuckleheads. You know what I'm saying? You live in Los Angeles long enough, man, you can recognize a line of knuckleheads anywhere you go, man. So it's a line of knuckleheads waiting to get in here. So anyway, we get inside, and it's just the 4 of us. And of course, absolutely something jumped off out there. Something jumped off in there. Now, these dudes are fighting each other. I mean, it's boom, 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 boom. Everybody's fighting everybody, right? So all we try to do is, I didn't want my teacher's name to get soiled. So I was like, okay, we just break it up. I told the other guys, I said, hey, we just gonna separate everybody. We ain't gonna try to deal with, we're gonna try to separate them. So we try to separate. So I was up on this VIP area place, right? I said, I'll take that post, because I seen that was where the most action was happening. I said, I went up there and I took that post, right? So I know, then it started. Get off my shoe, get whatever, however it got started, right? And when it's females around, dudes really gonna, they really gonna, put some airs on it, right? So we in this place, man. I mean, it ain't nothing but punches being thrown. I'm in the middle of this. The big old security guards, they took off. So now I'm in this place, but really by myself, and a couple of other dudes, or the blood dudes, trying to break this thing up, right? Meanwhile, the other three guys are down on the dance floor. They got their own issues down there. They can't come and help me, right? So I'm up there by myself, right? So here I am. I'm in this room, right? And so they're coming now. I told this dude, hold on, man, you can't, because we didn't want more people to come back in this area. So I told him, hey, don't touch me, get your hands off me, don't touch me. I said, hey, brother, I'm not touching you. You could back up. You can back up, right? So he, don't touch me. And next thing you know, he started trying to push his way through. So I'm shoving him, and another dude comes up to back him up. So now I'm shoving the both of them. They trying to shove me. We grabbing on each other, right? So I said, F this. I grabbed one of the dudes. I just threw him off the rail. Oh, I just threw him off the balcony, right? Well, sort of, allegedly, right? So I throw this dude off the balcony. I hit him with boom, right? And he was, so right when he got that, I grabbed him, boom, threw him off the balcony. Now I got more of my body to deal with the first guy, initial guy. But by this time he's backing off because they starting to push people out of this room, right? They still fighting. Wait a minute. So it turned into this whole big old thing, right? All over somebody stepping on somebody's shoe. When it came down to it, we figure out what actually happened. Somebody stepped on somebody's shoe, or somebody said something crazy about they hood. And they all bloods. 300 bloods up in there. They all bloods. Yet they still got problem with each other. I ain't gonna say the name of the person, but very well known, quote unquote rapper. But all of this over misunderstanding. Now, what if people would start see that? That's what my main concern was. These cats may got some weapons in here because they wasn't checking for weapons. I didn't want nobody to pull no weapon out. So they start pushing everybody back, and everybody start fighting. So the fight came to me. Now I'm just trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make sure I get out of there, right? If somebody gets something off on me, I'm trying to make sure I get boom, boom, right? And I'm just getting off on whoever get off on me. Who's trying to get off on me. But finally, we got all these people to push out because thankfully, them blood dudes was able to. I guess they was super OGs. They was able to talk everybody down. They was able to talk everybody down. But so I went down. So I go down the stairs, right? I go down the stairs. I shouldn't even be telling y'all this story. I go down the stairs, right? Because it was a VIP was way up here on the balcony. So there was a banister. That's where I threw the dude over the banister. Boom, threw him down about 10 feet, right? Boom. So I didn't see what happened to him after that, right? Because I was too busy working with this other dude. And I guess I gave him a good shot. Bah! I must have gave him a good shot because he never came back. I was waiting for him to come back up the stairs. He never came back. So, but anyway, that thing came pushing down. But all of this, and then they ended up clearing the building. All of this over misunderstanding. Do you think some of the stuff that we went through to this whole last week could have been avoided? Just misunderstandings? Just misunderstandings. And some of us not having enough, we too impulsive. Remember I was talking about impulse control in the beginning of the stream? We too impulsive. We willing to just go nuclear just because. And it may not be that serious. That's my point. It may not be that serious. Let's just sit down and talk about it. If we would see, once we got everybody outside, now they out there talking about it. Man, they getting together in their little hoods and they talking about it. But when we was inside the building, it was every man for itself. You know, we Muslims, right? We supposed to fight back to back. You supposed to be on my, you supposed to have your back on my back, and we, you know, we walking our way through it. I was by myself up there on that thing, and they was by themselves down there on the dance floor. 4 people dealing with 300 bloods. It was ugly. It was ugly. but your brother was about 40 pounds heavier back then. I was a piece of work. I was a piece of work back then. I had I had a couple of health challenges, so I lost a lot of weight. But I was about 40 pounds heavier back then. Whew. I was a piece of work. I would give you a run for your money. I don't care how big you was. I'll give you a run for your money. But that don't mean nothing. You know, that don't mean nothing. The point is, all of this happened over misunderstanding, and many people could have lost lives. Like Sister Don said, a lot of lives could have been lost over just, you stepped on my shoe, or you looked at my girl, or my girl looked at you. You know what I mean? Just over silly stuff. That's why we got to be slow to anger. Slow to anger, fast to forgiveness, man. We got to forgive us people, man. Sometimes they make a mistake because of ignorance. They don't know. The young brother that was trying to change ships last night, he was just ignorant. He didn't know he was with a group that he didn't really align with fully. He thought he was. So he started attacking people that he never met, never talked to, never seen their videos. He started attacking all of these people. How it work out for him? How it work out for him? They ragdolled that young man. They ragdolled him. They played with him like a cat played with a mouse for about 45 minutes, and they flushed him down the toilet like nothing. And the people that pulled him into this, the people that pulled him in, now you can't run back to them. How you gonna run back to them? Sister Don said, all right, bro, you was running the game too. I bet back then, man. I was a piece of work, Sister Don. I was a piece of work. I was a piece of work. I was truly a piece of work, man. I mean, I was solid. I was solid back then. But yeah, man. I can still put like this. I can still 1 or 2 cats. I could probably get with 1 or 2 cats. Back then I could deal with like maybe 8 or 9 cats at the same time. But now maybe 1 or 2. Your brother's a lot slower. A lot older, a lot slower. But don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. It ain't gonna be no easy win over here. That's definitely for sure. Sister Don, yes, imagine if God held grudges like we do. Yeah. I was telling Sister Wanda yesterday, the 3 major books, Sister Don, 3 major books out here are the Quran, the Bible, and the Torah. Those are the 3 major religions out here that most people kind of identify with, if you know, in America. And those 3 books, the focal point of most of those 3 books is redemption. Redemption. You're able to redeem yourself. Why? Because in the beginning you was deemed worthy to be among God's people. You was deemed worthy. But now you have to be redeemed. You have to be redeemed worthy to be amongst God's people. Why? Because you did something that took you away from the way that we should be living. Quote unquote. So you have to be redeemed. It's like when you go to jail and then, or you go to prison and you go up for parole. They got to redeem you ready for society. Because you went to jail because you was deemed unworthy to be among the people. You showed that you're not going to follow the rules so much that we got to we got to remove you from the society before someone else gets hurt. So the parole board got to deem you or redeem you worthy. So these books that we talk about, the Bible, Quran, Torah, they are the focal point of those books is redemption. Because God knows that we got temptations here. There's a lot of devilishment here in this society. So we need to have, he knows that the people don't have no way out. The only way out they got is information about reconnecting with their original teachings of God, with the original teachings of God. It's the only way out. That's it. You got to reconnect with that so you can see, hey, you can see a bad bird coming. You can see you can see some sucker mess coming. I'm gonna say your name, Rico. I'm sorry, man. Me and Rico, we saw this coming months ago. We called it. I ain't gonna throw nobody else's name out there. If you was talking to us and we said and you want to put your name out, fine. But I'm not putting nobody's name out there except Rico. Because me and Rico called this thing. We all, Sister Di, we all did. Okay, well, we just maybe didn't connect. But yeah, a lot of us did. A lot of us, especially I noticed those of us that are a little older, we all, I guess we've been through stuff like this. So we called it. We called it. If you called it, Sue, Sister Don, you're right. We called it. But I remember being on a call, on a Facebook call with Rico and a few other people, and we was saying, this is how this is gonna go. We said it. We said this is how it's gonna go. This was 5 months ago when everybody was, hey, Don, everybody was hugging and kissing each other. Everybody was hugging and kissing each other. We was like, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. This is gonna end in a fireball. We kept saying that. Oh man. You know what? Me and Rico need to just go on over to the racetrack or go on to the lotto and just get rich. Cause we called this a long time ago. You come with us, Don. You come with us, Sister Don. We're gonna all go to the lotto and just pick all the winners. Yeah, there were signs. There were signs. They were signs for us, for those of us that got our eyes open. But people that don't, because they're focused on particular things. Like some people say, hey, I'm not here to make friendships. I'm here to just get money. Right? And some people said, I'm with that. Some of the people said, I'm with that. I can dig that. I can dig you being honest about that. I can dig that. Peace to Jay. I saw you, Jay. I'm sorry about that, man. Peace to you, brother. I got caught up. You know how your brother is, man. He gets caught up in what he's talking about. Peace to you, brother Jay. I'm glad you're here. I'm gonna throw the link out in just a minute. I think I got another story I got to get to about these radioactive people, man. Oh yeah, I got another story I got to get to. Talk about being radioactive. It's and how it can affect it can affect your bag, man. But some people ain't here for a bag, so I can dig that. I can dig that, but whew, it just makes things a little tougher sometimes. But whatever. Okay. So we're gonna talk about some celebrities who bit the dust, man. Let's see. Here we go. Okay.
Hey guys, today I'll tell you about 5 celebrities who didn't make it through 2020 without being canceled. This video will show you how now, more than ever, people are totally okay with getting rid of their idols the minute they start misusing their platforms. So let's get into it.
Yeah, man. As soon as I play research, as soon as I play this video, brother, we done. And I'm gonna start. I'm gonna open the panel up, brother, and we're gonna discuss it. All right. So matter of fact, I probably won't even play all of it. I'll just play some of it.
If you guys have internet at all, you're probably aware that DaBaby is neck deep into the mud. On July 25th, during the last day of Rolling Loud Miami, DaBaby took the stage, but instead of shocking his audience with mind-blowing performance, he did it with some insensitive, homophobic, and misogynistic comments.
You didn't show up today with this idiot up here, transmitting diseases that make you die 2-3 weeks before like that.
I'm sorry, why would anyone say that? But DaBaby didn't stop there. He went on to make comments about women's body odor, and finally he asked again for his male fans to put their phone lighter up if they didn't engage in intimate activities with other men in parking lots. Okay. But guys, if those unnecessary and insensitive comments got DaBaby into trouble, his response to the backlash made everything worse. The day after his set, DaBaby went on Instagram to address the situation.
Look, all the lights went up gay or straight. You want to know why? Because even my gay fans don't get stupid.
So, as you can see, DaBaby had absolutely no clue about what he had done wrong. One person on YouTube summarized DaBaby's response this way. DaBaby was like, let me address my homophobia by using more homophobia. As you may imagine, this response didn't ease the backlash. DaBaby then decided to kind of apologize on Twitter and ask all of his angry fans to show the same amount of support when a cop takes the life of a person of color. Then he tweeted a half-baked apology to the LGBTQ community, and he finished off by encouraging everyone to cheer the up. Well, this apology didn't sit right with the public either. Shortly after this, the brand Boohoo Man decided to end its collaboration with DaBaby, and that, you guys, was only the beginning. DaBaby started being removed from many festivals. First, it was the Parklife Festival, and then Lollapalooza, which wrote in a statement, Lollapalooza was founded on diversity, inclusivity, respect, and love. With that in mind, DaBaby will no longer be performing at Grand Park tonight. Then, another 2 festivals dropped DaBaby from their lineups, and that's when he started getting worried. Within the first days of August, DaBaby released a formal apology on Instagram. This time, it actually looked sincere. So, will DaBaby be uncancelled after his apology, or did he permanently damage his reputation? I guess we'll have to wait and see. If anything, I hope this experience will help DaBaby admit his mistakes and face the consequences sincerely and humbly, because he was very arrogant during all of this drama. So, Shia LaBeouf has been kind of problematic through all of his.
We ain't gonna talk about Shia LaBeouf. We ain't gonna talk about the rest of it. You guys get the idea, right? You scorch the earth, and you get you got scorched earth, and you radioactive. Now, it's to talk about. I brought this up to talk about these celebrities that are radioactive, because same thing happens on YouTube, man. You know, once you have certain associations or certain incidents, you can become radioactive. So I didn't want none of the people, especially the people I like, I didn't want them to become radioactive. So, but Brother Clarence did all he could do. He did all he could do, and it got past. It's way past where my influence could have anything to do with it. So it's gonna have to just play itself out, unfortunately, because I don't want anybody caught up in no drama like this. But unfortunately, that's where we are. So anyway, the link's out there. Come up and tell me what you think. Is beef good for Black YouTube? It's good for it. I tell you what, in my opinion, it's good in the short term. In the long term, it's bad. In the long term, it really hurts the content creator, because once you actually get done with the beef and you start trying to move back into your normal content, a lot of the people that subscribe to you during the beef is going to go. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. They're going to go away. I mean, I just saw a video where a dude just broke down TLA's numbers. He was killing the game when he was talking about Tasha K. Now, not so much. Now, not so much, unfortunately. And I like TLA. Sister Wanda, are you there? Sister Wanda? Sister Wanda, you not there? I saw you last night, by the way. I saw you last night. So I definitely, you know, I did see you in the game last night. Chili and whistling. But if you want to talk about that, I'm right here. We can discuss that. Yeah, man. What do y'all think? I mean, I know the people that's here with me, rocking with me right this second. I know you guys are not really. I mean, you want to go see what's happening, but that's not where you guys want to be. You guys want to be in a more intelligent conversation most of the time. And we all, you know what I'm saying? We all want to see a good fight every now and then, but man, it should be over something that deserves it. I don't think it should be over a lot of this stuff that comes up that is absolutely. And what do you gain by getting in a nuclear war? What do you gain? Because I don't care who, I don't care. Nobody's gonna get up and dust off their clothes and say, "I won." And what do you get? What's the trophy? Your subs, the subs that's coming in now, they're just gonna leave you. They're gonna leave you. All right, I got a full load here. I got a full stream here. Sister Wanda, you there? Sister Wanda, can you hear me? Sister Wanda. All right, I'm gonna move on, Sister Wanda. You let me know when you're ready. I don't think you know you're in, but you let me know when you're ready, Sister Wanda. You let me know when you're ready to come up. Be easy, that dude. What's going on with you, man?
What's good with you, bro?
Man, you know what? I'm just trying to stay out the shrapnel, circle of shrapnel, brother. Just, you know, out here watching all this beef going on, and I'm like, man, I tried to, you know, get involved at a time where before it got so hot that it exploded, but the explosion already happened. So, you know, I'm just trying to stay out of the way, brother. But anyway, man, what do you think, man? What you got to say about anything I've been talking about?
I've been pretty much in and out. So, you know, if there's a particular question you want to formulate, I'll go with that. I heard you talking. I see the nuclear war topic, but then I'm also hearing you about the YouTube beef, etc. So I don't really know which direction.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. What do you think people should do? Like, and I'm gonna ask this to research too. What do you think people should do when they come in? Because let me give you the setup of what I saw last night. It's a young brother, younger than you even, I think, and he comes into the YouTube space. And he came into the YouTube space, and he really didn't know anybody. And so he hooked up with this group. He hooked up with this group of people, and the group of people was attacking another group of people. So he, having never met or talked to any of these people, start attacking these other people. Then he started hearing some different information that led him to believe that maybe he backed the wrong pony. He should be on the team of the people he's attacking. So last night, in one of the live streams, this young brother tried to switch teams. And I'm saying, and so what happened to him is they literally toyed with the dude for about 45 minutes. And then they just ran him, they just cut him loose. And all that time he was trying to apologize, he was trying to make amends, and they wasn't having it. they wasn't having it. No redemption, no forgiveness, no remorse, no nothing. We at war, we at war. Now my question to you, brother, is there any way he could have avoided that situation from the beginning? Or in your opinion?
Yeah, absolutely. But we live in a time where people fail to think critically for themselves. So cognitive dissonance is rampant. So instead of trying to go with whatever his comrades.
Sorry about that, brother.
Okay, cool. Instead of him trying to go with whatever narrative or perspective his comrades had, it would have like behooved him to look at the thing objectively, analyze both of the sides. Really, it's three sides, your side, their side, and somewhere in the middle. So people don't really want to be able to compartmentalize and say, hey, I'm rocking with this camp, but this other opposition is making some valid arguments. And instead, people get so tribalistic that they don't want to address the contrarian arguments. They just want to kind of stay grounded in, well, I already committed to this team, so it's no turning back now. So people, due to ego, in most instances, they don't want to admit fault and admit when they're wrong. Instead, they just kind of like dig their heels in there. So he could have avoided it by approaching it objectively and not taking sides. Most of the time, who are you taking sides with? At least, people will cam up here and there. If they don't decide to, that's okay. But you're siding with someone that you don't know. You're siding with a voice, an avatar that's probably not that person. You know what I mean? So what allegiance are you really drawing? Draw allegiance to the truth, because this is the truth chamber. You know what I mean? That's who you should be in sync with, is with the truth. And the truth doesn't take sides. It has no team. It's not right or left. It's a neutral arbiter. So I would just say he could have avoided it by thinking for himself, thinking critically. And I think people have got too fragile in terms when it comes to holding others accountable. Now, I don't think you should just be walking around on the street and looking like, hey, you're 300 pounds. I'm going to hold you accountable. Stop eating McDonald's. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's a constructive way to do it. However, if you're in the midst of these conversations, whether it's your team or not, that's when you need to be do you even got to call it holding people accountable? Give an opposing view, inquire about an opposing view, just so you can get a complete understanding of where people are coming from. We try to too often jump on the first the first narrative we hear, but there's always an opposing narrative, you know what I mean? And that one might be right.
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally. When I saw the young man um, jump into the fray, I said, "Wow, man, you don't even know none of these people that they're talking about." And there's others like that, but they don't know nothing. You don't know none of these people, but you just jumping into the game, and you like, why are you doing that? But anyway, Rosart, what's going on, man? Thank you, brother B.
Hey,
Rosart.
what's good, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. What's going on, man?
It's going good, man. I've been listening to your stream, been in and out. Every time my boss calls, I have to mute you, right?
Don't get no trouble, brother. Don't get no trouble. You can always listen to us on the replay, but I appreciate you, man. I always appreciate you. What's up?
No worries, no worries. I wanted to touch on the MTR, the thing you said about MTR having his platform possibly canceled, just as a result of obviously the subject matter he covers. My I take on that is when I entered this space, initially I really didn't want to hop on panels because I have a very distinctive I feel as though I do a very distinctive a voice and kind of a way of communicating myself. And if somebody at work were to kind of identify me, I wouldn't necessarily want to be like affiliated with a space, not in any particular channel. I love the channels I listen to, but just the space in general, there's always the risk. So what I do just is
I hear you. I hear you. But Roy Search, I hear you. I'm gonna let you finish, but let me ask you something real quick.
Oh, what's up?
Okay. If you heard me, you've been hanging out with us so far, right? Not in a sense where you're just like but just hanging out with us for the discussion, right? Okay. I start jumping on somebody. I start bashing another content creator. Are you going to then start bashing that content creator just because I'm doing it?
No, typically I'm very like I'm measured in my approach to things.
Good.
So obviously with I won't reference the content creator for the purpose of this example, but I think you know who I'm talking about. He's controversial on this platform. When I do reference him, I tend to speak about some of the more positive aspects. Obviously, sometimes the person tends to be a little bit more extreme and hyperbolic, but the otherwise salient message that he's trying to communicate ends up being lost. And I think that sometimes on these panels we behave like I don't know whether it's being on the internet or being anonymous, or not using our government names or not using our full names. Then sometimes we end up acting like kind of in a way that we shouldn't when we're participating in these panels online. So just a word to everybody out there, as long as you're giving like logical criticism and participating in a respectful capacity, then you don't have anything to worry about. The space itself isn't going to ruin you. The issue is just if you're just kind of acting a fool, then you're going to end up getting into the conflicts and drawing more negative attention to yourself. But the space itself, you could participate and have a perfectly good channel like an Ike, or a brother Clarence, or another guy like a MOT. These people tend to be a lot more kind of sane with the way they present information. They're less interested in the conflict and more interested in getting a good message out there. So that's my opening statement. Go ahead.
But brother, you was talking about MTR. Now MTR, he got canceled from Keith's just for being seen with Kevin Samuels. How do you respond to that?
It's to be expected. Anytime you get online and you speak against a feminism, you are going to face like a backlash in real life, whether or not you're doing it respectfully. As soon as whomever catches you online criticizing feminism, even if you make the distinction between the contemporary feminism and the old feminism, you're going to end up getting some kind of flack. And for most people, they don't get large enough for it to be for them to experience like a huge canceling. But it's just, this is part of growing, and that's part of the reason why, as somebody who enjoys this space, I donate to so many channels, because I understand what the content creators are putting on the line by putting on these shows, which I enjoy.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for that, man. Brother Jay. Jay was going. I was just about to come on back, Jay, man. If you can hear us, come on back, man, when you get a chance. All right. Do y'all think it's fair that do you think it's fair that people can get canceled just for associating with certain people? Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. You guys know Rico Young, right?
Yep.
Okay, man.
Correct.
Rico Young has chewed me out about chaotic truth, man, more than I would like to say, right? Yeah, he's not the only one, but he's, I think I got permission from him to say his name. So, hold on, let me bring Sister Wanda. Oh, Sister Wanda, I want you to come through so bad. Okay, so anyway, I've been chewed out for not only chaotic, I've been chewed out for E Black. I've been chewed out for Daryl. I've been chewed out for who else have I chewed out for? Mainly chaotic. Mainly people people will come to me and say, hey, I'm not, if you had a person on your channel, This is the ones. Those are the times I won't be on your. You won't see me in the chat. You won't see me. I've had people tell me that. But
Okay, so when you say chewed out, are you getting an objection to the panelists that you have on? Or are you getting objection to not stopping and correcting them? Is it having him on the panel entirely, or is it maybe not challenging him? What was the grievance that was
yes,
presented to you?
all of the above. All of the above. Mainly for having them at all, but all of the above. All of the above. Because it's like you're too nice to him. He's this and he's this vile person. You should treat him
Hold on,
accordingly.
let's stop it right there. You're too nice to him. So the
Yeah.
opposite reaction would be for you to be mean to him. So what should you be calling? F you chaotic, you stupid nigga. I mean, what energy should you be coming at him with? If you're too nice to him and that's out, you should be more mean to him.
But
So are they saying you should be mean by not having him come up at all, or by talking to him mean?
right, no. That thing is, don't bring chaotic on at all. Why are you doing that? He serves no purpose. Nobody's going to learn anything. But I kind of try to tell him, you know what? There's more to Brother Clarence than just what you're hearing. There's more. I'm trying to teach you I'm trying to teach you how to deal with different people. You may disagree with them in your daily movements. You may run across somebody you may disagree with, but you got to learn how to be able to deal with them. Even you can't just, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have coworkers. You're gonna have to deal with them, even though they may be white supremacists or they may be this. I had a teacher in college one time. He was always talking about how great the white man is. He's a white guy. He was always saying the white man did everything for us. We ought to get on our knees. He would literally say this in a college class. The white man is the great things. You know, we need to be, praising white people, right? And you know, I didn't know how to handle that, right? Because I had never been around stuff like that. Usually in California, that's a very, I would say it's rare, but it's not something that you're gonna run across a lot in California because California's so liberal. So I was trying to deal with that, but then I realized, okay, I need this class to get to the next level. Man, I'm never gonna see this man ever again. Let me get through this class, right? Let me get through this class. So it's a business class. Let me get through this business class so I could go to the next level. Because that's my goal. My goal ain't to argue with him whether white people are better than black people and black people are better than white people. That ain't my goal. My goal is to get my degree, which I didn't end up getting, but I did. That was my goal at the time, is to get my degree. So you guys kind of understand what I'm saying? It's like, what is it really worth it to be associated with some of these people? Go ahead.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, and just speaking as just in my personal experience, a lot of the time when you're this isn't your point, but when you're like a level-headed black man that gives other guys the opportunity to kind of tone it down and just do things the way that they ought to be doing it, then sometimes you're kind of accused of being weak or giving the person too much leeway. But more to the point you were speaking about, we really do have to be better at being able to cooperate, because particularly in this space, obviously we have the pressure of the outside world. Just being in this space, we do run the risk of getting canceled, but internally as well too. The way we play politics is such that you could be canceled from your other peers in this space, just for talking to other content creators or for humoring certain ideas. My take on the particular content creator, Chaotic Truth, is I've been on his platform just twice, and I've listened to maybe 4 of his streams. He's not a dumb person. He's actually like a smart person. The issue with him is just the way in which he communicates. Is he takes things to such an extreme that an otherwise valid message ends up being lost in his extremeness. So like going as far as to say other people are perfect, or to imply it, and we're just inherently violent, that came up on one of these streams. There's a better way of communicating some of the internal issues we have that lead to our communities being as they are, without like making the remarks that he did. So that's always my take on it. And like my position of, if I did have a platform, would be to allow those kind of characters to speak, so long as it's within reason. But yeah, that's quite common in this space to be canceled based on your affiliations.
Yeah, so well, let me shout out a few people. Shout out Mr. Ruck, appreciate you stopping by, man. Nothing radioactive with prenups, okay. Sister Don says, it's good to hear others' viewpoints, and yes, you can learn how to cope or interact. Appreciate that. And Maybach says, the truth is the truth, no matter how it's packaged. Brother Maybach, that is not always the case, man. You know, sometimes you can have the truth. I mean, look at Jesus. Look at Jesus, man.
Also, people try to repackage things, refurbish the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
put a different
man.
label on it. They try to spin the truth.
No, our issue is a lot of the time is because we're not like sometimes like we have an issue culturally with like a precision when it comes to communication. We end up speaking in extremes, and speaking in extremes is what a lot of the time causes the conflicts. For example, this issue of the way in which the message has been communicated also applies to, for example, that Kevin Samuels thing. Sometimes like the delivery is as important as the message, because if you go out of your way in order to encumber the delivery of the message by being like I don't know, like excessive with a message, like in obviously my criticisms of chaotic truth, but also that one particular with anecdote with KS, and even other people in this space that take our otherwise valid criticisms when it comes to manosphere content, and then they take it in, and then they communicate in it using more extreme verbiage than otherwise necessary.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I also would add that conversation runs the nation. So any of these topics, approach it with IAC, intent and context. That's really what matters, right? Because some of these people are trying to claim that they're trying to get a message out. So what is your intent? Is your intent solution oriented and result based? Because if that's the case, then it doesn't matter whatever your personality is. If you're trying to communicate a message, you need to tailor your excuse me, you need to tailor your message so that it's easy to be palatable, so that people could accept it, right? You may be you may be used to talking loud, uh, and some other people, you may have to tone it down just a little bit to get that message across. And that's where the intent comes in. Are you really trying to get this message across, or are you just trying to create this dramatic theater that brings more clicks?
Right. So my example with Jesus Christ was that you got a man on a dusty donkey riding around in dusty clothes, you know, and out preaching, or teaching, rather, I would say preaching, teaching. And you know, when he was done off of work, when he was done with work, probably not smelling the best, hadn't taken time to take a shower, just teaching, right? People looked at him and said, "This dude is the Son of God." He's dusty. He's a dusty. They would call him a dusty back in the day. If he was
You
here
know
now,
what? Hey, you took the words out of my mouth. I didn't want to cut you off, but I was about to say that the dichotomy is so crazy, because a lot of these chicks are saying, "I want a high value man," and what would Jesus do? Let go and let Jesus take the wheel. And I was like, Jesus was a dusty. You wouldn't have wanted nothing to do with him if he was here right now.
y'all would be calling him a dusty. Same thing with Prophet Muhammad. The people
They'd be like, Jesus never built anything.
Well, he wasn't able to finish his mission, man, because he was, like I said, man, he was so far ahead of his time, man, that the people just wasn't able to grasp what he was talking about. He had a good intentions. His intention was good, to try to get as many people to redeem their lives and redeem themselves. His intention was good, but they mislabeled and mischaracterized the dude so bad, man, that they made the people think that his mission was to just play games, when his mission was to try to get them to redeem themselves. And unfortunately, man, he was talking so far above what their level of understanding was that they just couldn't grasp it. They just couldn't get it. Let's see who's in the chat. Get my other headset. Okay, right on, got you. Rose Sarge. Yeah, man. So same thing. Prophet Muhammad in the peace be upon him in the Quran, right? The people said, "This is the man. This is the man you guys been talking about. He's riding a dusty old camel. What?" He said, if he's God's man, how come orange trees and apple trees don't just fall out the sky for him? You know, they look at him like, hey man, you got to work just like we do. How are you any different than us, right? But my point is, they would have called him a dusty too, right? But especially Jesus. Most of our people are more connected to Jesus and his teachings, right? Jesus, they would have called a dusty. Am I lying? Brother, be easy. Am I lying?
Definitely not. I mean, he didn't have any materialistic stuff. He didn't have certain cultural clout. So yeah, he would have been considered a dusty, a lame. But it's just like most things, you appreciate it after it's gone, right? He's telling you the stuff and the way to lead your life, and then it's like, yeah, whatever. But then when he's gone, it's like, oh, maybe he was right. You know what I mean? Like, how many times do people do that after it's too late? How many times people are quoting Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, but when he was alive, where were you? You know what I mean? You was like, man, man, shut that nigga up, or he's a pacifist, he's this, he's that, and then as soon as he dies, I have a dream. What about when he was alive saying that speech? You didn't care then.
Man, let me tell you about Martin Luther King real quick. Let me tell you about Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was a G. Martin Luther King was a G. This man got fired. His house got firebombed, bro. His house got firebombed. Who do you know? What other black person do you know that their house got firebombed, that they would go back to work the next day and say, yep, I'm here, y'all. Come on, let's get to work. The average black person would be, I quit. This is my resignation papers. That's it. He got his house firebombed. The FBI was tapping his telephone. They used to call his wife saying, you know, he's in Memphis doing this. He's with this girl in Memphis. He's in this girl in D.C. He's with this girl in L.A. He's with this girl in, Chattanooga.
They sent him letters in jail to tell him to kill himself.
They sent him letters in jail telling him to just delete yourself. Go delete yourself. They used to when they used to go to different rallies and speeches and stuff, they would put sugar in their tank. They put sugar in their tank. They would slash their tie. I'm talking about the FBI.
The hoses, they had like those high pressure water hoses spraying people down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about what the FBI used to do to him.
Yeah, that's the local police, right?
Exactly. Let alone other splinter groups.
Yeah, like the Klan, the judges, the sheriffs.
Exactly.
And you know what? You making such a great point that segues into kind of the earlier point. People are not even able to deal with this now, and this is the stuff that needs to be highlighted a bit more, because they want to be like, oh, he was a pacifist and he sold us out. Dude, you sold yourself out. Look at the stuff that he had to endure, and you can't even endure somebody calling you a nigger with an ER.
Exactly. And hey, be easy. I can be honest and say I was one of those guys. Man, we as a nation, man, when I first got in the nation, man, I was so twisted about so many different things because I was just listening to what other people were saying and not digging in for my own self. I wasn't going on that path of journey my own self. I was following rhetoric instead of following history and following facts. You see, There's all this information that we were given, but there's always more information if you got to dig deeper to get the full meaning, right? So I was just following the rhetoric. Yeah, man, Martin Luther King, man, he was doing this and that. Nah, that man was a G. The man was a G. He withstood all that stuff, and still, and they would call him and say, "We got 10 or 15 credible death threats on you every week or every day or whatever." They would call him and say, "Hey, man, we got so many death threats on you. You might as well just kill yourself. You might as well just delete yourself." They would, because I don't want people to think like I used to think. I used to think Martin Luther King was a soft dude. Man, you can't be soft to stay on the job after your house gets firebombed, after you get put in jail, after you get beat up. You
So
can't be.
you're saying this in reference to the MTR situation?
Is that a reference to MTR?
Yeah.
Or you got a reference to make?
Oh no! I'm asking, is that
No.
Rosarch,
I just got. We were talking about something else, and Martin Luther King got brought up, and I was talking about. I just want everybody to know, because I feel so bad for the way I used to talk about the man, that anytime his name is brought up, I give him reverence and I give him the respect of understanding what the man went through, because I didn't understand it when I first came into Black consciousness. I didn't understand that. I thought of him as such a trivial person, not realizing what all the man and his family went through. So that's just me. So if you got something to say about,
you could make the reference though. You could make the reference because he went through what MTR is going through, worse than MTR. Think about the people back then that tried to align themselves with MLK, where they were canceling people back there. The only canceling was with either lynchings, locking people up. So this cancel culture has always been around. It actually was much more severe now. And a lot of times when we even say the cancel culture, we have to truly unpack that, because sometimes it will be a celebrity and they're saying this person got canceled, and then you type in their net worth and it's like 45 million. Like, how did he get canceled, right? You know what I mean? He's still living on a mansion. He still has all the cars. He could fly anywhere. So it's kind of a catchphrase. Now, there are some people where they completely cancel them, where they're unable to sustain them taking their channel down. But some of these other people that are claimed to be canceled, they have a lot of stuff going for them. So they're not really, it's canceled by cliche, but not in reality.
I have a really interesting take on the cancel culture phenomenon. The cancel culture phenomenon really started when people started being punished for blocking Black people's access to their own housing, blocking Black people from using a store, making false police calls, things of this nature. So just as on earlier in the week on the same platform, somebody made a reference to the term pro-Black. A lot of the time, sometimes we have some very confusing kind of ways of referring to certain phenomenon, and sometimes the manner in which we use language ends up being self-defeating. I'm not against cancel culture. I'm actually very pro quote unquote cancel culture, so long as it's done within reason. A lot of the time, what ends up happening is we end up hearing one thing that in principle, cancel culture should be racially neutral, but a lot of the time cancel culture is actually something beneficial because it arose from some of the antisocial abuse we were facing. But what ends up happening is, because others tend to be very tactful and very crafty, is they'll turn around and say, well, cancel culture is really about Dave Chappelle getting canceled for comedy and things of this nature. Then we end up advocating for a position that's actually self-defeating, because we end up thinking that cancel culture now affects us more than other people. But what the other side is thinking is, they're thinking is, they don't want people to be canceled for being antisocial towards us. And then we become very vocal and outspoken against an initiative that was started in order to actually punish people for doing the things like doing a false police call and blocking you from getting into your own residence and things of this nature. So a lot of the time, I can understand being critical of like liberalism and how it affects like our ability to, for example, participate in forums like this. But we have to be careful of using terms that have been appropriated to mean something completely different from what it is that we're actively fighting against. So I always refrain from using cancel culture because I know what the connotation, what the actual meaning is beyond the scope of what we're discussing here.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Sister Juana, are you there? Sister Juana. Can you unmute yourself? I see you, but I can't unmute you. I think you have to unmute yourself. I don't think you have your mic connected. I don't think you have you need to check your settings. I don't think you have your audio connected.
Okay.
Okay, looks like. All right. Okay, explain to me what the brother that came on that show last night did wrong. Explain that to me. Can you hear me, Sister Wanda?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you couldn't hear me. I'm sorry.
At first, but you fixed whatever was going on. I need.
Man, I'm over here pushing buttons. I don't know what I'm doing.
That's all
I'm
right.
over here just clicking whatever will work.
That's all right. That's all right. You fixed it. Whatever you did, you fixed it. Now, this is what I really wanted to get into, because you were telling me you didn't appreciate the young man coming on the program last night, right? In one of the nuclear wars, right? So I wanted to know, what did the young man do that made you feel that way?
Okay. Now, I was just being chatty patty when I said that. I didn't even ask you if I understood if you and I were on the same page about which program we were watching, because I don't know if you turned down the same YouTube streets I drive down.
It's the same program you was on last night.
Okay, so we were talking about that town hall on the block with Jen.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah. He should have, if he was at the theater at the Apollo, he should have got that stick where they yanked him off long time ago. He should have never even gotten an opportunity for the 45 minutes to get dragged. He allowed himself to get dragged. See, this is one thing I know, and two for sure. When you are being dragged, let go. And he wouldn't let go. And that's why I said I have no remorse, no pity for the young brother, because he was out of his lane, he was out of his element. For instance, okay, this is Jen. This is on the block with Jen. She is ready to smoke you. Now, if you're not on her side, why are you up there? You're being antagonistic. Just like a couple years ago, before Trump was president, when he was running for president, some of these so-called black people thought they were so cool to go to a Trump rally, knowing they not for the brother. So they got what they asked for. Those people, this one sister was up in there. They was pushing on her, threatening her, getting her out of there, but she put herself there. She came there to start some stuff. Now, when you it's called being antagonist. When you are deliberately entering a space without what we call in the professional world operating on good faith. You're not there to listen. You're not there with an open mind. You're not there to see, to understand anything or listen to other opinions, with an open mind. No, you're there to make your own personal statements. Now, when you are surrounded, by other people, and you're just there to make your own personal statements, you're not there to learn anything. You're not there to add anything positive or constructive. You're there trying to start something. Michael Jackson said, you want to be starting something, you got to be starting something. Some people come into a space trying to start stuff, and they get it. And I don't have any pity for those individuals.
May I respond to you, Sister Wanda? From my vantage point, what I saw the young man trying to do was trying to apologize, and then trying to explain why he made what he felt was an error by, connecting himself with the other side. And that's what I saw. And every time he tried to make that as explanation or make that apology or supplicate himself to that situation, he was dragged. Now, from where
okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, didn't you say earlier that he didn't know anybody there?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So why do you think it was important to that young man to explain himself to a group of people who he didn't know?
Well, I'm not saying I thought it was important. What I'm saying is I don't think his intention was malicious. I think he came in there honestly just to say, hey, guys, I made a mistake. When I started hanging out with these guys and the situation got like that, I didn't know what all of the stuff I know now. Now I know more, so I'm willing to switch teams. Unfortunately, now that is a bad thing. No matter what war is going on, you can't switch sides.
Brother Clarence, you know how hard it is for me not to interrupt you. I don't have my tape, my construction tape put over my mouth right now, so I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna jump in. He could have said that in the chat.
Okay.
He could have said that in the chat. He could have said, you know what? I'm sorry. I used to think that this was that way. And I just want to come on here and for the record say that I've switched sides. I was misguided. I misunderstood what the argument was or what was the controversy was. He could have put that in the chat. He chose to come up. They peeped him for what he was, just like I peeped that young man that was on our live stream yesterday. I peeped him for what he was, and then he didn't like what he got. Now, if you're gonna step into the circle of wolves, then you should expect to get bit. Only a hit dog hollers. I'm in the South. You in LA. Down here we say hit dogs holler. And just like that young man tried to disrupt the peace that you and I were having in our live stream yesterday, he didn't come there. He didn't come there to learn anything. He didn't come there to be a positive participant. He came there as an interrupter. He came there to disturb things. And Brother Clarence, I was protecting you because you're so good-hearted. You didn't want to say that to that young man, but I was ready to check him if he had anything more to say. And I was letting him know that I was peeping game. I'm a woman. I have a woman's intuition. I can tell when people are being disingenuous. And plus, I was reading his words in the chat. And that's all I got to say about that.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna have you break that one down to me a little later. Right now, I want to stick with what happened yesterday.
Okay, keep me on, though. Keep me on, brother, because I don't know if I can get this connection again. If I move from this spot, I got to stay right where I am.
No. I'm just talking to you right now. Be easy. Give us a minute, because she said that this man had malicious intent. So I'm looking for the receipts for his.
I didn't say malicious. Don't put words in my mouth, Brother Clarence.
Right. You didn't say that.
I said disingenuous. Play the tape back. Get your 8-track out. I said he was disingenuous.
Yes.
I said he didn't come. I said he did not come with good faith. I said he could have put what he had to say in the chat because he didn't even know these people. They don't know him. And when when Jen started the program, she said, "I'm out for war." She said that. Now, if you know you're in a war, don't come there with no talking mess. You better bring your weapons. I'm a vet. I don't step into no war without bringing my ammunition. And he didn't bring nothing to me. I'm sorry. I'm saying this, that, and the other. He could have put that in the chat.
Wait a minute. Like yesterday, we could agree on some things, right? So let's agree that the young man didn't know anybody up there, never met any of those people. Can we agree on that? Okay. Let's next agree that, well, I don't know if we can agree on this, but I'm going to tell you my position because I didn't see it. I saw him coming in there trying to supplicate himself to say, oh man, I made a mistake. I feel bad about that. I want to let you guys know that this is not how I roll. I don't roll like that. Now that's what I saw. But I don't. I hear you. I hear all of the rest of the people that was talking to him yesterday, especially that one girl that was, she dug him a new behind hole, right? And kept accusing him of having a malicious intent. So I'm like, I'm looking for the receipt for this malicious intent. And I'm like, where is it? Is it the fact that he was once on that side? Okay. Like I know a lot of content creators will say, you was over there on that side, and so now don't come over here because the war got started. Okay, say that. But don't say he had a bad intent, because he didn't have no bad intent. He didn't treat anybody, he didn't mistreat anyone on the panel. As a matter of fact, he was disrespected and mistreated the whole time he was up there. In my opinion. Can we agree on that?
No. And let me tell you why. Brother Clarence, I love you so much. Did you watch the whole entire stream?
Absolutely.
You did?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw you come on there. Absolutely.
Okay. So that gives you some weight with me on this. Okay. You watched the entire stream.
Absolutely.
See, I think you miss I think sometimes you miss little nuances in people's energy. You know, you and I on our program yesterday, we talked about energy and frequency.
Yes, you did.
And sometimes I think that you miss veiled, you know the word veiled, you know, when you're hiding behind something, but you can see a little bit through it, kind of like, you know, a curtain that you can kind of see through a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's veiled.
What did
some people like that young man that we're speaking of.
Okay.
He came there on the sly side. See,
and
again,
what makes
now you don't have to agree with that, but do you agree that whatever he had to say, he could have put that in the chat? Yes or no, brother? Don't give me a full story. Don't give me a full story, because we need to keep the dialogue going.
No,
do you think he could have put that in the chat?
I've already agreed with you with that. I already said yes.
Okay, my connection is kind of iffy, so I didn't hear you say that. Well, that's all. There's nothing else. What else can I add to it? We both agree that he didn't know them. Therefore, if he had a change of heart and he realized something, then he could have put that in the chat. But see, I think the young brother was disingenuous.
Okay. Why?
Because he was so damn argumentative.
He wasn't arguing with nobody. They were arguing with him.
No, brother, no. When you're constantly Shakespeare says, "Off, protest too much." Do you understand that? When a person protests too much, there's a problem. See, when you don't have a problem with something, brother, and somebody catches you out, and somebody said, "Hey, I saw you said this," and you know what you say? You're like, yeah, I did say that. My bad. I apologize. Forgive me. Let's move on. You know. But no, he kept trying to defend himself. Stop trying to defend yourself. It makes you look even more guilty. Now, he was talking to a group of women who already had that. He's already misunderstanding female nature. So that's why he didn't need to be there. If you don't understand female nature and you're surrounded by a pack of females, you need to be quiet. And most men do. Most men won't go back and forth with a woman. They refuse to, because you ain't gonna win. Even when she's wrong, she's right.
Yeah,
Even when she's wrong, she gonna be right. You gonna be wrong. That's why I have no patience. I have no pity or remorse for what he went through. Because see, this young man needs to grow up. He missed a couple of steps in development. He should have just shut it down. He could have said what he had to say. And when he saw he had 3 females up against him, he should have just stopped and went on about his business. He didn't even know them. He had no skin in the game. He allowed himself to be dragged, and so therefore he got what he deserved.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Now, based on what you said, number one, he should have never came up there. True. He shouldn't have never came up there. Number two.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I said that in the chat.
Sister Wanda, I agree with you. He should have never came up there. That's something that he should have just took on the chin and started making videos on his own, separating himself on his own. But he chose to come on the platform. Now, there was no. Now, let me finish. There was no expressed language or nothing. She had nothing going across the bottom saying, if you don't agree with us, don't come up. She had nothing like that there. So how was this young man who just been on YouTube 2 weeks to know that he wasn't supposed to do that? Now, I'm saying I wouldn't have did it, and then here's the third question I got for you. Third one. Now that we know, if we ain't in agreement with women, we should just stop coming on their platforms as men. Just don't go on their platforms no more. If you don't agree with them, if you don't go on their platforms, don't talk to them no more. Because if we do, this may happen when you may end up getting dragged for 45 minutes, right? So don't go on their platforms. And people right there, all the players showed whose platforms you shouldn't go on. If you're a man, don't go on these platforms, right? I mean, I definitely, I see it. I got good eyes. I can see what can happen if I was to go on those platforms. So I know better. I'm not gonna put myself in that position. And
is that sexist, brother Clarence?
Huh?
Is that sexist?
Exactly. There's a reason why the nation divides the women and the men. Correct? Isn't there a purpose for that?
But I didn't hear what Be Easy said.
I asked, was the statement that you were making sexist?
Is it sexist? It may be, brother Be Easy, but what I saw, and based on Sister Wanda's explanation, she said that he should have saw was 3 women on there, and they were adverse. He shouldn't have gone up there. And I'm saying,
let me say this to Be Easy. Be Easy. I can't hear you, but I'm gonna speak to you anyway. Now, do you think I have any business going up on Kevin Samuel's show trying to tell him whatever I'm trying to tell him? I'll tell you right now, it's not gonna work.
You said, would you have any business going
okay.
on Kevin Samuel's show?
So this young man obviously didn't know who Jim was. If he did know, then he would have known that he ain't got no business even going over there unless he's speaking her language.
Exactly, but he did. That's my point. He did not know.
Then he should have sat down. He should have sat down.
Should she have set him down?
I agree.
That's not sexist, Be Easy. He should have sat his ass down.
What should she have done in that one? She shouldn't have set him down and said he's unqualified for this conversation, or she should have continued to have a conversation with an unqualified individual.
I feel like this. What she should have done is they should have said, hey, look, man, We appreciate what you're saying, and we appreciate what you're trying to do, but this is not the time for what you're trying to do. So
they invited him to leave multiple times, and he would not leave.
I get that, and I'm not saying he's right for that, but what I'm saying is, from the jump street, they should have told him. If they felt like that, they should have told him from the jump street, hey man, we understand what you're trying to do, but this is not the time. Now they can, at least he got a way out. See, right now he feels like he got to explain himself. I got to explain myself because they took it this way, they took it that way. Let me explain myself. See, men have this problem. If I could just get them to understand, see, if I just get them to understand, see, they'll understand, right? They'll understand once they hear what I say. I know, Sister Wanda, but I'm just saying, especially younger men like that, they haven't had the experience to understand. There's a certain point with a woman, there is no explanation. There is no explaining. There's nothing to explain. You either on my side or you're not on my side. Period. The end, right? He didn't see that. But what I'm saying is, he got dragged.
Just like with Kevin Samuels, I can't come on Kevin Samuels saying anything different than his talking points, and he don't want to. He don't want to hear. He don't want to hear how I used to think this way or that way, and now I changed, and I'm not this, that, and the other. He gonna shut it down.
Exactly. The difference is Kevin would have had you out of there in 2 minutes. Not even.
And he would have cussed me out too.
He may be, but he would have had you out of there. It wouldn't have been no 45 minutes letting it go on and on and on and on and on. It would have.
He allowed himself to be toyed with like a cat toys with a mouse before he kills it, and he didn't have to do that.
That was the inexperience of a young man. I agree. The man only been on YouTube 2 weeks, so he didn't know no better. But I'm saying that don't make it right what he did. But I'm saying they could have just got rid of him, like they eventually did anyway. They eventually just cut him. But my point is, he made the mistake of trying to see. You can't in the middle of the war say, you know what, I'm rolling with these guys. I need to be with the other guys. Not in the middle of the war. But he don't know that because he's a young dude. He didn't know no better, right? That's the mistake he made. The second mistake he made was going on a platform, period. He shouldn't have never went on there, ever. Not when.
And see, some people are not like you and I, Brother Clarence. Some people don't suffer fools. They don't suffer.
But
they're gonna let you know your mistake, and so you're gonna think about it. And so, yes, it would have been nice for them to just, they could have, shut his little camera down. They have the power to do that, right?
Right.
Jen could shut somebody down. She could have done that, but she used him
I wonder why.
For entertainment and to let off some steam and to teach other foolish people not to come up there playing with her. And see, that's his fault for not doing his research on who she was. If he only been on YouTube 2 weeks, he should have researched. I don't just go up here talking to anybody. I talk to people that I already been talking to. If I don't know you, I don't just really just jump in and start talking to you. Especially, and I don't know you, we just talking on the internet. See, because I'm like this. I don't want to say anything to you, Brother Clarence, that I wouldn't say if I was in that room right with you. That's why I try to talk to you just like if you and I were face to face.
Same here.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but
if I can't speak to you as if like you was right there in the room, I'm gonna guard what I say. I don't talk to strangers any old kind of way and think I'm gonna come up into their space and just say what I want to say. That's not gonna work. That doesn't work anywhere on the planet. On the planet Earth, that don't work.
But I'm not promoting that. Like I said from the beginning, I don't think he should have even cammed. He should have never even checked in there. I agree. There wasn't a space for him. But since he did come there, see, I don't like the fact that it's getting put on him that he had a malicious intent. I don't like that. And however you say it, he was disingenuous or this or that, whatever words you want to use. I don't, just say the truth. Hey, like you just said, hey, we're going to use you to show other people that they better not do something like this, like a lynching.
Isn't that equally disingenuous?
But this is what I'm saying. That is in my opinion. Let's just be honest. Let's be true. Hey, we wanted to use you. We wanted to have a digital lynching for you to show other people not to do what you just did. Okay, be honest about it. But don't say the man came in with a. See, at first the argument was he came in with malicious intent. And I'm saying, no, he didn't. I watched the whole stream. He didn't have no malicious intent. He was just trying to explain himself. Poor young brother didn't know no better. You know, like a puppy running out in the middle of the street. He didn't know no better, right? You muted, Sister Wanda. You muted. You are muted, Sister Wanda. I didn't do it. There you go.
I did that, so I wouldn't interrupt you. I'm sorry. I think that's why I said you got to be protected at all times. I have to be here with you on your platforms. You have to be protected. I've got to protect you. I've got to protect you at all times. People, they are going to get over on you. They are going to get you can't see when a fox trying to sneak in the hen house for nothing. You out there in LA. I'm in the country. I'm out here in the South. I'm in the country.
Yeah.
You know, I can peep game. I gotta stay here. I gotta stay with you. It's hard for me though, because there's a lot of programs that are very good, but you're my favorite. But I have to protect you, Brother Clarence, at all times.
I need it because I'm running around here like I don't know what's going on. So I need help, Sister Wanda, please.
Bro, Clarence game goofy.
Yeah, I must be easy. I don't know what I'm out here with the B dogs and the C dogs. And I made it to 53, but I don't know what's going on. I guess I love it, Sister Wanda. You be right there with me now. Since we can agree that we ain't gonna agree on that, that's fine. I get it. But that's what I wanted to say. That nobody should do something like that. If you in a space and you jump in and you figure out, now I need to switch to the other team. Don't go over there at wartime. Don't go over there at wartime. That's the worst time to go over there, right? We all agree with that.
I would also want to say this, because usually with these beefs, the war is never ending.
Hey, again, Brother Clarence. Right. Oh, is the other brother talking?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna make it quick. I was saying usually with these beefs, these wars never ending. So I mean, it's tough to say when it would be an appropriate time, but I would love for y'all to chime in. Do apologies not matter? Because we rail on people about accountability and personal responsibility, and then someone holds themselves accountable, says, "Hey, I was wrong. I was foolish for choosing this wrong team," and then we're like, "See, you were wrong." It's like, damn. At least he's attempting to hold himself accountable. At least someone, and usually apologies are a sign of respect, whether you accept them or not. I respect Bro Clarence and Sis Wanda enough to even give this apology and explanation. You don't have to accept it, but it is a sign of respect. So do apologies not matter? Does accountability not matter? And y'all can just take it away.
Thank you, Be Easy. That was my next question, and Be Easy said it better than I was going to say it. My next question was going, because that's where I was going. If you say we want black men held accountable, that black man held himself accountable. Nobody had to come in and hold him accountable. He held himself accountable, and he tried to supplicate himself, and he was made to look stupid. Now, what is the message that other black men that may try to do something like that?
Let me answer.
Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know if I didn't want to cut the brother off if he was talking. Remember, I can't hear him.
Oh, okay.
And I don't want to come off. I don't want to come off rude to Brother Be Easy over talking him. I can't hear him at all.
Okay.
But let me say this, Brother Be Easy, and to you, Brother Clarence. Again, I'm in the South, and I got the good sense God gave a goose not to go and collect honey from the honeycomb in the middle of the day in the heat. You go and you get the honey from the honeycomb early in the morning when the bees are sleeping and calm down. Right. He could have sent, if he was genuine, he could have sent Jen a private message.
Stop right there. If he was genuine, what makes you think he wasn't genuine?
Because he came there trying to argue with them.
But he didn't argue with no one. They argued with
He,
him.
so he was just on there for 45 minutes saying nothing. It takes two people to be on there 45 minutes. It takes two energies to get dragged. It takes two. It takes two energies to get dragged. One is doing the dragging and one is doing the holding on.
I agree that he didn't have to stay on the line, but he felt like, okay, once they stop talking, they'll let me get to, and the one chick never let him
His
stop.
ego took over, and this is what men need to understand. You let your ego take over, and like you said, you think in your mind, I can convince them. No, you cannot. You need to shut it down, which most men do. My father doesn't go back and forth with his wife, with my stepmother. When she gets all her panties in a wad, he just walks off from her. He's not going to go back and forth trying to get her to validate him, validate his argument. My father already knows his argument is valid. He don't have to go back and forth and prove it. This brother came there trying to prove something, just like Annalisa said, you trying to prove that you're a good black man. My father doesn't try to prove anything. He just shuts it down.
He wasn't trying to prove nothing. I need to put the
brother. Are you watching? Were you watching the same stream? You know how you make your little videos, how you'll bring up clips and then you'll allow. You need to go and clip just that his interaction when he was on there, and then have a program about that, because I will show you how he's constantly trying to get his point across. There is no point for him to get across.
But that doesn't make him malicious, because he's trying to get people to understand.
Where are you getting this word? You're stuck on this word malicious. Why are you doing that?
Because that is the energy and inference that's being put on him. That
the main word is disingenuous.
No, you're focusing on that. They were the cats, he was the mouse, and they were toying with him. There was no maliciousness. There was no malicious at all.
But when you first started talking, it was the emphasis was on him doing something adverse to them, and purposely. And
he was arguing. He was constantly trying to be heard. He was constantly. No. We already agreed he shouldn't have been there. Make up your mind, Brother Clarence. Which one is it? Should he have been there or not? You already said in public. Okay, so wait a minute, brother. If you already agreed he shouldn't have been there, then why was he trying to prove a point? He shouldn't have been trying to prove a point.
Wait a minute. Two things can be true at the same time, Sister Warner. The first one is, he should never have been up there. That's a true statement. He should never.
That cancels it all out. That cancels the rest of it out. There's no more questions after that.
Wait a minute. If a pregnant woman comes to my house and says, I need help, can you help me get to the doctor? I say, no. I say, oh yeah, I can help you. And then she say, well, I was prostituting and that's how I got pregnant. I said, oh, that's how you got pregnant? Oh, well, you shouldn't have ever got pregnant. I'm not taking you to the hospital. Go find your own way. You shouldn't have never got pregnant. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't negate the fact that, okay, maybe it shouldn't have happened that way, but we're in this situation and something can be done. Now I have the choice of either taking her, calling for an Uber for her, or calling a taxi or something like that. But some action should be taken. Or I could say, get away from my door. Whatever, right? But my point is, now it's on my doorstep. Yeah, she shouldn't have never. First of all, why'd you come to my doorstep? But you here. Okay, you here. I don't know you, and I didn't get you pregnant. So why are you coming to me? But hey, you here. Now I have a decision. Once it's in my lap, I have a decision how I'm going to respond. Should I respond? How should I respond? Should I use a moral compass or should I use my emotional compass? Which one should I use? And that's why I'm saying, I think, number one, he shouldn't have never been there. We all agree to that. But this dude is maybe 22 or 23 years old. He don't know no better. He's like a puppy going out into the street with the cars coming. He don't know no better. Now that don't make it right, and I'm not saying that's an excuse for him, but I'm saying definitely that's probably why he made that mistake. The second thing is, just because he shouldn't have been there doesn't mean he should have been mistreated while he was there. If he was coming in sincerity, and it looked to me like he was coming in sincerity. Now maybe he was trying to get his point across, and they didn't like it. But that don't. I mean, why make it like he was trying to do something other than try to just straighten out the situation? See, that's what I don't like. I don't like where he's being made to be like he was just a bad person when he wasn't. I saw the stream, so I saw it. And if you want to go through it with me, Sister One of People, come back here on Tuesday.
No, I'm not gonna. I don't want to die on this hill, brother. What should we do? Go call the brother up and give him a viral hug, or what would you like to see happen? Because
I would like to see happen. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sister. You know I love
no, you go ahead.
Okay. What I would like to see happen is for guys like that to look at that situation and say, okay, I see I may not be welcome in certain places, so let me don't go there. I can go and listen. I can go and watch. I can support. I can subscribe. But as far as me involving myself into the situation, that ain't for me, because they just showed you what's gonna happen if you try to get involved in the conversation.
I think we're in agreement. I think we're in agreement. Just like I'm not gonna go on the Angry Man's podcast, right, trying to get my point across. You know, what is the point of that? I'm not gonna go on Kevin Samuels trying to get my point across. I'm not gonna go on Fresh and Fit trying to get my point across. And you know, I definitely don't have any. I definitely have opinions, and I definitely don't have any malicious intent. But it wouldn't shock me if my butt got kicked over there. So I think we're in agreement. I don't want to die on this hill. You're a very sweet, genuine person. Like I said, you have to be protected at all times. So what else we got, brother? What else we gonna talk about?
Okay. Now, we ain't talking about him specifically. Let's talk about you going on Kevin Samuels. If you went on the Kevin Samuels, right? Would you be okay with being mistreated? Even though that's an
oxymoron. That's an oxymoron. I can't answer because see, I have common sense. I just expressed to you, I'm not gonna go on Kevin Samuels. I'm not gonna go on Fresh and Fit. I'm not gonna go on Donovan Sharp. I'm not gonna go on Angry Man Podcast. That don't make no sense. I have intelligence. I'm 52 years old. Okay. I know better. So you got to ask me a better question, brother.
I see.
I have a question. So with these panels, should people go on panels, listen?
I'm very intelligent. I know you know this. So you can't be asking me, how do I think? What did you ask me? I can't even remember what you asked. How would I think I'd be treated if I went to Kevin Samuels?
Hold on, Sister.
I'm gonna be treated very well because I'm not gonna go. I don't go places I'm not welcome.
Sister Wanda, hold on, because Be Easy is giving me a question to ask you. Just give it to me, Be Easy, because she can't hear you.
Okay, so I'm hearing the sis say that I'm not gonna go to these panels or places to get the point across. Since Kevin Samuels was brought up, he consistently has smoke shows, which means he wants people to come up and get their point across. So he wants people that disagree with him, because this is our problem already. We have an echo chamber, cognitive dissonance. If everybody agrees with Bro Clarence, what are you learning? It's just regurgitation or remixing of facts that you already have, or an expounding on facts that you already have. But are you truly getting that much more enlightened versus someone that has a complete opposing view? Now, it doesn't mean that you'll ultimately end up agreeing with them, but iron sharpens iron. You need other iron to be sharpened. So I'm kind of confused about the getting your point across, because when we come over here, if somebody say, is Michael Jordan better than LeBron James? And then we go back and forth. Are we arguing? Essentially, yes. But is that an argument or is it a debate? You see, it gets semantics with words. So when people go on panels, essentially, if I disagree with you, then we're arguing. But are we really arguing? Is this an argument, or is it dialogue? Is it a debate? It starts getting with semantics when it becomes to these panels. So with the getting your point across, I think that's everyone's whole the whole point of having an opinion is to get it across. People don't need to agree with it, and that's the point why you put it in the universe, and then let people disagree, dissect it, agree, etc. So my ultimate question is, should people listen to panels, say, oh yeah, I agree with that, this is a panel I go on, oh I disagree with that, so I can't go on this panel, I'm gonna go watch another YouTuber? Where do we get, should we only subscribe to people that we agree with? And since no one we agree with 100% of the time, I'm just kind of confused on that.
Great, that was a great question. Let me ask her. Sister Wanda, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Brother Be Easy asked a great question. Another one.
Love you, brother. Love you, Brother Be Easy.
Love you too, Sister Wanda.
He said he love you too. If should we only go and subscribe to people we just agree with and create echo chambers with the people we agree with? If us trying to get our point across on a panel is disingenuous, should we only just subscribe to people we agree with? That way, when we get on, we can say, I agree with you, Kevin Samuels. I agree with you, Anton. I agree with you, lead attorney. I agree with you. I agree with everything you said. Okay, next person. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with everything you said. Should we operate in that way?
Yeah, Brother Beezy, I love you. I respect you. I disagree that that's a great question. Why do I disagree with my dear brother? I disagree that that's a great question because we're already doing that. Everybody on Kevin Samuels in the chat agrees with Kevin Samuels. Everybody on Angry Man agrees with the Angry Man. Everybody on Brother Clarence agrees with Brother Clarence. Most of the time. And when they don't agree, Brother Be Easy, we have a name for them. We call them trolls. That's already existing. So now here's what you want to know. This is what you should want to know, Brother Be Easy. Is there a forum? Is there a platform? Is there a way for us to communicate for dissenting views? Of course. People do it all the time. I've seen Kevin Samuels have specific platforms where he has invited someone to interview he already knows disagrees with him. I have seen Jen on the Block have specific platforms or programs where she invites someone to the program, where she brings them on because she knows they are in disagreement. Brother Clarence has already demonstrated that with me. Me and Brother Clarence are truly like brother and sister from another mother. He invites me on specifically, not to antagonize him and not to disrupt his life or his show or whatever, but because he doesn't want all the time just, everybody, hey, Brother Clarence. He wants to hear other people speak, just like he had some guy on there last night. I can't remember what the man's name was, the one who was in the all black band. Anyway, but Brother Clarence invites me. He had me on specifically yesterday because he wanted to hear my dissenting views, which he already knew was different from his. And this is why I respect him, because he wants to know. He doesn't want to be a troll. He wants to hear it. People do this all the time. And so I think people get caught in their feelings. Not you, brother Be Easy. I'm not saying you. And I'm definitely not saying brother Clarence. But some people get caught up in their feelings when they say, well, they wouldn't let me speak on their platform. There wasn't a time for that. They were having a powwow. Am I only one noticing that? They were having a powwow. You don't disrupt the natives when they're circling around the fire, getting ready for war. They ain't trying to talk to you, white man. That's not trying to talk, make peace, white man. They already gearing up. It's not the time to collect the honey from the bees in the middle of the goddamn day at 2 o'clock and it's 100 degrees outside. You collect the honey when it's 6 a.m. and they're cool and chilled out. Okay, but we do this all the time. Most programs are already about what they're about. Just like you don't go, that black girl should have never went to that Trump rally. What she thinks she was going to get? That's their deal. Let them have it. Stop being disrespectful and going on people's program trying to get your point across unless you're invited to do that. When Brother Clarence drops the link, he said, what do y'all think? Am I crazy? Have I lost it? Am I off the mark? He's inviting you to tell him. He wants that. He drops the link just so, not so you can get on there and say, yeah, Brother Clarence, you right. We pat you on the back. No, he drops the link so you can get on there and say what's different.
Right.
That's the time for that. I'm going to put my little camera on because I'm going to do something I don't want y'all to see, but I'm still here.
Okay. All right, Brother Be Easy.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I love Sister Juana, you know, but that.
Wait, Be Easy. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Because she does this to me a lot sometimes. She gives me an answer like that, and I'm trying to find. I'm left thinking, did she actually answer my question? Right. So
no.
Do you think you got a satisfactory answer from your perspective, not mine, yours, because it's your question. I don't know if she did or not, but did you get it?
No, I would say it was a bit of a slight straw man. You know what I mean? While I do agree, it wasn't the quite complete question. Like, I mean, I do agree, but ultimately, I was asking, should it be like that, right? If we already are acknowledging that echo chambers exist, we're asking, should it be okay like that? And then it's not just KS. Most of these shows, whether it be Lead Attorney, other people, no one is advertising, if you disagree with me, don't come up.
Right.
So if someone drops the link, that is the invitation. Nowhere on the link when it says StreamYard, it doesn't say only those. They give strict instructions. All it says is make sure that you cam up, make sure that the lighting is proper. They don't say make sure that you agree with me. So when someone drops the link, this is a public, they call it the YouTube street. So it's no different than the streets. So let's equate it to the streets. If you were standing on the streets talking about whatever, right? Religion. What will people come over there and do? They'll come over there and give their opinion.
Right.
I mean, why are we like acting like that? This is the YouTube streets, right? We acknowledge the social aspect of it. So it's not about right or wrong. It's about reality. Once someone drops the link, that's the invitation for people that agree and disagree. So it doesn't have to come with a disclaimer. And most of those chats are echo chambers. However, it's not about the chats. We can't expect the chats not to be an echo chamber, right? Because they're coming to support the content creator. It's about the content creator themselves. So when they're dropping the link, just like you, if TLA drops the link, he's not saying only people agree with me. If Angry Man drops the link, now, what they do, how they behave when someone that disagrees with them, that's up to the individual. we can't really try to police that and compare and contrast, because we can't say, bro, Clarence dealt with this troll or this detractor this way and Kevin Samuels did it this way. It's like, so what should we do? We should compare all mannerisms and behavior, and then now you got people policing your content, and a lot of people, they're not even content creators, they're just spectators trying to tell you what to do with your platform. So like while I do agree we have to be very careful with some of the way we say certain things, and that's why it's good to have people that have different points of views. We don't even need to agree. We just need to be able to disagree respectfully.
Right.
Everybody should be promoting more people that disagree, because all it does is better your argument. How many times have people disagree with you and then you come up with a better argument off the freestyle? Like, thank you, you know what I mean? Thank you for coming with that contrast, because you made my argument even better. And now I see which arguments I could chop down. Like, what else you got for me? You know what I mean? So ultimately, I do agree that these chats are echo chambers, but there are people that disagree vehemently, and their voices should be uplifted. Some people are just trolls, and some people just believe something different than you. As long as we able to disagree respectfully, then
that's it.
Yeah,
that's it, man. Yeah, man. Be easy, man. I gotta go behind Be Easy, man. Anyway, let me shout out Candid Ann. Candid Ann says, this is a great question. I think the problem is too many people don't know how to have a conversation, especially respectful, difficult conversation. We only listen to rebuttal, not to learn. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's that way, and people get caught up in their feelings. Now, the situation that I'm talking about last night was a young man, and everyone was invited to come on. Anyone was invited to come on to the space. Now, it wasn't now I believe if he would have heard, hey, if you ain't on 100% agreement with us, don't click that link. If he would have heard that, maybe that would have prevented him from that public dragging that he got. But number one, he shouldn't have never went up there. Number two, he just didn't know no better. He should have clicked out of there once he saw that one girl. I mean, she was like a pit bull on him, man. He couldn't even open his mouth after a while. He couldn't even say anything. He should have realized, hey, after a while, and he never had the sense enough to leave. They had to cut him. They had to drop him. They ran him off the program.
Yeah, they ran him off the program after they got what they used him for. So as much as the dude, I'm just going off the encounter that you and Sister Juana say took place. So from what I hear, it sounds like, yes, he shouldn't have been up there. But it's just like when a dude is sliding in and shooting up the club with a chick. He should have put on a Jimmy hat, you know what I'm saying? But he didn't, and the chick let him inside the vagina. So yeah, he's at fault. Yes, he should have. Like, bro, why didn't you put on a condom? Why didn't you do this? But also, isn't she at fault too? You know what I mean? Because she let him do this, then you want to kind of complain after 45 minutes. They could have dropped him. But they used him. And which clips go viral? Is it a bunch of clips of people agreeing with each other? We could say the greatest point, and they're like, oh wow, a bunch of people agreeing with each other, boring, you know what I mean? But then KS says average at best, even though the chick admitted she was average, and then they want to goes viral. Look at him talking down on black women, etc., etc. That's what people want to go viral. That's what they make go viral. So you actually need the dissent for the viral moments, because people are coming for the drama and theatrics of the whole thing. That's why they were able to use, his contrasted view, to kind of promote some drama or to get their point off. It's cool. It's your platform. You want to get your point across, but you're not just only trying to get your point across. Now it's creeping into clout chasing territory. You want to get your point across at the expense of trying to intellectually humiliate someone to make yourself seem superior. How is that not disingenuous?
Well, I see. Be easy. Let me tell you about me. I didn't have no. See, I don't have no problem with them dragging it. Well, I didn't like the fact that they dragged him, but you know what? Hey, he's a big boy. He clicked on the link. Once you click on that link, you're responsible for whatever happens. You gotta say, hey,
you in the Thunderdome,
right? So,
brother, be easy. Can I cut in on you, brother?
It's actually me talking, but go ahead, Sister Juana.
Well, I want to ask Brother Be Easy too, because I know he's dropping gems. I'm gonna have to listen to it on the playback. But I respect the brother, and I want to ask him if it's okay if I say something.
Okay, but he can't.
Absolutely.
He said absolutely.
Okay, and I'm grateful to you, Brother Clarence, for saying what you said, that he's a big boy and he should have left as soon as he realized he wasn't going to be heard. But have you all seen this meme that's been going around on Facebook? It's a picture of Nina Simone, and the caption says, "You have to know when to leave the table when love is no longer being served." Have y'all seen that meme?
I haven't seen that meme, no.
Now, I don't know if Nina Simone actually said that or not, but it still holds weight. How long will you allow yourself to get dragged before you realize it's time to leave? There's another saying that says a lady always knows when to leave. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but every individual should know when to leave. And okay, let's say if the brother thought he was being disrespected, I bet you Brother Be Easy wouldn't stay anywhere where he felt he wasn't being respected.
Yeah.
I know Brother Clarence wouldn't stay anywhere when he felt he was not being respected. I've seen him on platforms and people tried him. Yeah, they tried and they tested it. He said, "You know what? I'm gonna let y'all go." He not gonna go trying to get his point across. Why are you trying to get your point across? If you feel like you're not being heard, that's facts of life number one.
Okay.
That's why I said the young man had an ego. He's trying to prove, he's trying to seek validation when he needs to get it from his parents. He wants. Now, Brother Clarence, why you got to disagree? When you just got through saying he should have left. I'm saying the same thing. Maybe you don't like how I'm saying it. Maybe you don't like the way I'm saying it.
For what I'm saying, I've said that two things can exist at the same time. I am saying that he should have never got on the platform to begin with. Never should have got on there. And then you're right. He should have just left. What's
the second thing? What's the second? What do you do? What's the disagreement?
He should have left once he realized that they were going to be adverse to him. But he didn't realize that, right? My thing
But what's the disagreement?
The disagreement is with his intent. My disagreement with you and the situation that I saw is his intent wasn't to prove anything. He wasn't trying to prove anything. He was.
What does Be Easy feel about it? Does he feel that his intent was genuine?
I do. Because
does Be Easy? Does the Be Easy think the brother's intent was genuine?
I would say
for himself.
I didn't actually
ask him just yes or no. Does he think the brother's intent was genuine? Once he realized he was not going to be received.
Program, so he can't speak on that because he didn't see the program.
But I will say from what.
Oh man, Be Easy. You having dialogue about something you wasn't even participating in. You didn't witness. You don't know what happened.
Hold on. He's not talking about the actual event. He's talking about the principles that we're talking about, which we're talking about the principle of whether in that situation what should be done. It don't have to. It can this situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Apply anywhere across the board.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the individuals. That's why I spoke in always general terms with what I said. So, and I don't think she heard me. Otherwise, it would have been clarified. And that's what I said in general terms, just like this answer is going to be. I personally wouldn't have stuck around in that situation. I wouldn't have been advocating for anyone to do that. However, it's like if there's two parties, there's enough blame to go around. So that's all I'm trying to say. In that situation, there's enough blame to go around. Maybe the dude's intent was disingenuous. All I'm saying is the content creator was equally as disingenuous. That's my whole point. So it's just gets to become a debate of who was more disingenuous. And maybe this dude did have ill intent, but it's now we're getting into like the psyche of someone, and are people really psychics and clairvoyant to really be reading people's mind and get into intent? How far does that go to start assuming intent? And some things are clearly disingenuous, and then there's some things you just assumed. Is it a preconceived notion? Is it due to your bias, your dislike for this person? I've seen people all the time. They'll hear a point that they disagree with you on, and then they'll just go straight to the ad hominem attack. Like they don't even know you, and then just because they disagree with you, then they just build some type of disdain for you. So I think on all ends, most people in the YouTube streets don't even have good intentions, right? Let's be honest. The only intentions is capitalism, right? Because ultimately that's what people are trying to do. They're trying to capitalize from their platform. There's some people that are trying to learn and promote knowledge and get people to gain knowledge, but other people are just trying to capitalize on subscribers, comments, likes, cash apps, super chats. What is that? Currency. All of those are forms of currency. That's the only reason why people are on here. Most people are like, oh, I'm trying to change lives. It's like you're trying to change your conditions. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying like people act like they're, because there could be a topic that people really need to learn. But if it's not the salacious, dramatic headline clicking topic, people are not going to do it. So most people are making the economic decision over being ethical, right? To be ethical would be like, hey, I want to build up the community. I'm gonna teach these boys about STEM, help more people to read. I'm gonna do this, but no, otherwise it's like, here, let's talk about the celebrity gossip. What is Nicki Minaj doing? Who is Lil Wayne with? You know what I mean? Like that stuff will get you more clicks. And with that, even thinking about that, what is the intent of people, right? Look at their search history. What is even the common consumer's intent, right? What are they looking for? Your algorithm is what from what you be looking at. So when you start seeing fights and twerking and all this, that's what you've been looking for, bro. Yeah, they will over promote it to you, but it's because they've already been tracking you and seeing what you watch. So you can blame the content creator and the panelists going on, but it's also the consumer too, because you can make an argument everyone is being disingenuous, right? The content creator is being disingenuous, knowing they could have cut it off. This dude knew he shouldn't have been in this discussion. That was disingenuous. And then there's a lot of people where they're watching it for 45 minutes. How did you know it was 45 minutes? If in 10 minutes you could tell whether someone's being disingenuous. So you watch the whole thing to complain about it being disingenuous. It's like somebody watching a bad movie. Now, yeah, maybe you think the movie is going to get good at the end, but you can't get a refund, right? You can't go and say, hey, can I get a refund on this bad movie that I watched? They're going to say, no, bro, you chose to watch the movie. So even if this person was being disingenuous, hey, you could choose what label you want to put on yourself for watching this entire disingenuous movie.
You know what? And I did that. I did that because I watched the whole thing, and I watched especially this part here, what I'm talking about, because I was thinking, well, maybe if they listen to what he's saying and give him a chance to speak, maybe, I mean, get a full sentence out, maybe they would, but no, they was red hot. They was hot like firecrackers, so like fish grease. So they wasn't gonna let him talk. Now, I'm saying that the guy didn't have a full intent. Whether he got roasted or not, that's on him. But he got dragged or not, to me, that's on him. He's a big boy. Once you come out in these YouTube streets, anything can happen to you. You can get dragged. Anything can happen to you once you come out here in these YouTube streets. There's risk, and when you click that button, you can get anything can happen to you. Everything can go all good. It can go all bad, or anything can happen to you. So I don't have
Yeah,
no problem.
cyberbullying, cyber violence is real. So yeah, like you got to put your big boy pants on. So I don't know the dude, and I'm not speaking on this specific thing. That's just for anyone, bro. It don't
Right.
matter how old you is, how young you is. When you come to the YouTube streets, you gotta put your big boy pants on because people could go. I've seen people getting doxxed. They're talking about people, kids, wives,
Exactly.
bringing up your criminal past.
Good point. Good
All of
point.
these things are it's not fair game. It's just the game, right? Because you can make an argument of how unfair it is, but that life is not fair. Fair is where they judge pigs and eat funnel cake. That's not what life is. So unfortunately, it's not cool. Even when you do copyright strikes, um, in order to appeal it, I seen a dude where he said he got a copyright strike, and he didn't even appeal it because he didn't want the people to dox him because bro, Clarence, let's talk the better life. This is it's your entity, your business entity, right? And
Right.
once you file the appeal, they have to get your information, like who is the owner of this entity, because we
Right.
want to get this right.
Right.
He said they get all of your YouTube information. You got to sign up. You got to put your first name, last name, your address. If you want to get monetized and start making money or any type of benefits, that's just part of it.
Right.
And then as soon as you do, it's just like a civil case. The YouTube streets is in that regard no different than out on the streets. If someone serves you a papers or you go to court, man, they got access to where you work. They can find out how many hours you work in, etc. So I've heard a content creator say he didn't even file back against an appeal because he didn't want to get doxxed like that.
Yeah.
So these are the things that go on in the YouTube streets. It's not right or wrong. It's just real.
Yeah.
So you gotta you gotta be ready for the murky and muddy waters, which is the YouTube streets.
All right. Let me get a shout out to Sim Simma. Glad you showed up in the streets today. You right, brother. Be easy. You right. And so that might deter a lot of people from the doxing, because that might deter a lot of people from appealing different things like that. But like we said, if you gonna come onto these YouTube streets, if not, just stay in the chat. You ain't gotta worry about nothing. But if you or don't be in the chat, just watch. Because if you come on here, you are the risk, you open the can of risk, right? The young brother came on, and you can go see it for yourself. Young brother came on, and he was trying to basically apologize. This is what I saw. Now let me say this. Let me give the whole world a disclaimer. I saw it. Sister Wanda saw it. This brother you looking at here, Be Easy, he didn't see it. He didn't see the program. So he's not talking about anybody that was on that program. He's just talking about principles. So don't get mad at him for nothing. If you're going to get mad at somebody, get mad at me. I'm the one that's saying, with the pushback, saying, I think it could have been handled better, right? And I don't think the brother had malicious intent, which now, after listening to Sister Wanda, I can see why they treated him that way, because maybe in their minds, they felt that he had malicious intent. I didn't see anything he did from my vantage point to show that he had anything malicious or disingenuous going on. I didn't see he had did anything disingenuous. As a matter of fact, to me, it appeared that he was very genuine about what he felt, and he wanted to just go. He wanted to share that with them, but he picked the wrong time to do it. That was just a horrible time. You know, it's a horrible time. It's like, you know, it's like your wife come running in the bathroom while you're sitting there doing your business, saying, "I want to, you know, let's do something. Let's rumble in the jungle." This is a bad time to put this on to put that option on the table. This is a bad time. I'm going to have to decline right now because I'm busy. Right? I have to decline. So I get it. I get it. But here's the lesson I'm going to teach. Mercy. The 3 books I talked about. The Bible, the Quran, and the Torah. Mercy. We're taught that God is oft returning to mercy. What is mercy? What is mercy? Mercy is undeserved kindness. You can't earn mercy. You can't earn mercy. Oh, I did this good deed today, so God's going to be merciful to me. God's going to be merciful to you if he feel like it. Ain't going to have nothing to do with what you do, right? It's got something to do with your intentions, though. Your intentions can help you. Your intention can help you. The closer you have pure intentions, God's path is there for us. It's full of pure intention. If you follow that path, most of the time it's going to be good things happening for you.
Bro, Clarence,
Can I jump in, brother?
I just want to ask this quick question. Bro, okay. Clarence, do you believe doing something in expectance of God's mercy, do you think that's good, disingenuous?
That is very disingenuous. And many people do that, brother. Many people do that. They do something to get, they say, I want God to fulfill this desire of mine, right? So I'm going to pray that God fulfill this desire of mine so I can get that God does whatever he want, that person wants, so that I can get what my heart desire. Right? You're praying for what you want. Okay. But are you really praying for what God wants for you? See, you praying. You saying to God, in exchange for this prayer, I would like you to fulfill my desires. You're saying, I'm praying to you, God, and if you see this is right, and then you can give it to me. But the first thing is, I'm acknowledging you. I'm acknowledging you first. Because the sunlight hit me first. My breath hit me first. You made sure that as oxygen for me to breathe first. So I should acknowledge you and all your beneficence first. Then you ask for what you want. And then if you don't get what you want, you thank God for not giving it to you, because God has the wisdom to see that that thing wasn't going to be good for you in the long run. That's what makes it disingenuous. But see, people will pray and they say, please God, give me $1 million. Please God, make this the winning lotto ticket. And they call that a prayer. That ain't a prayer, that's a request. A prayer is when you acknowledging God. That's what you acknowledging first. Then after you acknowledge the Most High, then you add in. You say, oh, by the way, the prayer is your PS. Remember, we used to write letters, and at the bottom you say, oh yeah, PS, so and so and such and such. Your request is the PS. But the body of the letter, that's your supplication to God. That's you thanking God for another day, another minute, another second. And just think about, I don't know about you, Be Easy, or Sister Wanna, or anybody, any of you guys in the chat. If I sit here and I think about what God has done for me, I could sit here quiet for the next 3 weeks just thinking about one or two things he did for me, let alone straightening my whole life out. I was a total mess. You think Dale Long is off his rock? Man, I was a total, I would have made Dale Long look like Einstein. Why you keep talking to me, bro? Because there were some men that kept talking to me. There were some men that kept talking to me. They didn't give up on me when other people told them, why are you still talking to that fool? He's a fool. He did this, and this. Why are you still talking to him? Right?
Brother Clarence, I'm starting to feel ignored, like you're just having a private conversation with Be Easy. You're not trying to include me in the conversation. I've been waiting patiently.
Sorry, Sister Wanna, I will let you rock right now. You gotta give me some credit because of some grace, because it's difficult to talk because you can't interact with Be Easy, so I have to relay everything that Be Easy says to you, so it makes it a little more difficult. So I apologize to you about that. But please state whatever you got to state, or whatever you.
Well, it doesn't require anybody. You and Be Easy can say, well, what does Miss Joanna think? You can stop for a moment on your pontifications and just recognize that I am here. I understand I can't hear the brother, but I can hear what you're saying, and I have thoughts, and I'm here. Okay.
You are correct. Please forgive me for that. I will strive harder to do better. Thank you for giving me that information.
When you were talking about mercy, I'm so grateful that you talked about mercy. And God wants us to be like him. He wants us to treat each other as he treats us. And and scripture also says that he chastens us because he loves us, meaning he disciplines us because he loves us. Not malicious. It's never malicious. But some people have to be corrected. Sometimes, my father, I took direction easy way, and sometimes I had to accept the correction the hard way. And he corrected me because he loved me. Now, if you think that group of women on that panel last night hate men, then I can understand where you're coming from about, the brother got an unfair shake. But I don't believe those group of women hate men. I don't believe they had the intention of even having that program to roast any man that came up there, because if you notice, there were men on the panel who got up and spoke and had their say.
They were kind of in the clique. You got to admit that they were kind of in the clique, Sister Wanna.
Okay, now all this time while I was there, I'm sitting here watching you, and Brother Be Easy been going and going, and you don't say nothing. So you must be in lockstep with Brother Be Easy and not lockstep with me, which is fine. But I'm watching you, and you don't interrupt. You don't interrupt him. I can barely speak.
Please continue uninterrupted.
Unless we think that those group of women hate men, then I can see where anyone will come from with thinking that the young brother got a bad shake. But I don't believe that. There are groups of men who come up there and they have a wonderful experience. There were men up there who had a wonderful experience last night. We're pointing out one particular person, and he got corrected. He got corrected for a reason, because he was not in step with them. He was not on their frequency. So, if you're not on somebody's frequency and they didn't invite you to be there, um, and there was a disclaimer at the beginning of the show, and the show was for people who were subscribed only. So the brother, obviously, for him to get on there, he had to have been subscribed to Jen on the Block, meaning he knows how Jen rolls. So, the onus is on the young brother, and I'll keep that short. That's all I wanted to add in there.
All right, Sister Juana. Appreciate you for that. I didn't want to interrupt you, but let's be honest. Just because he's a subscriber, don't mean he know how Jen roll. So just because he's subscribed, and she said you had to be a subscriber for at least I think a minute or two, whatever. So he may have just subscribed that one day, or that one right there on the spot, just so he could get it across. I admit that was dumb. That was definitely stupid and foolish the way he did that. But I think, in my opinion, now this is me. Now here's where I'm wrong, Sister Wanda. Here's where I feel like I'm wrong, because sometimes I expect people to do what I would do. See, what I would do in that situation, I probably would have had a little mercy on the guy. I would have talked to him for 2 seconds and realized, he reminds me of somebody coming from, Chattanooga, Tennessee, getting off the bus in, Los Angeles with the hillbilly hat on, with the suit that's flooding, with the arms that's like Grady sleeves way up here, and he got his little suitcase and his little striped suit on, saying, "I'm here in L.A." Right, with the hat that flips up, right, like the F Troop hat that flips up. I'm here, right. That's how that young man reminded me of, that type of innocence or naivety, because he didn't realize what he walked into. You're right. You don't go get honey in the heat of the day. You get it at a time where the bees are not going to be as warmed up. But we're making all these assumptions that he knew all of this, right? He knew, he had all this information, and I can see. I'm a grown man. I'm an older man, and I can see that I can see gaps in knowledge in younger men. So I could see that there was a gap in his understanding. But you guys are calling it disingenuousness, but what it actually was a gap in his understanding. It was a gap in knowledge. I could see it. So I'm saying, but that's where we're having a difference. So based upon what you've been telling me today, I'm starting to understand that maybe they felt, for whatever reason, he was being disingenuous for whatever reason, and that's why they handled the situation the way they handled it. That's the way they did. Okay, so now I got that understanding. Before, I was like, I don't see the way he's being disingenuous, but because I don't see it, just like we were talking about yesterday, people can see two different things from two different directions, and have two different meanings, right? I didn't see him being disingenuous, but they did. So they dealt with him accordingly. He didn't have enough sense in his head to be able to say to himself, "Hey, this is not a safe place for me to get off what I say. I need to either send her an email or try to get to her behind the scenes. This is not the time and the place." He didn't see that. So I wish they would have had mercy on him, but they didn't see the gap in knowledge like I see it, right? I saw that gap in his understanding, and it was just ignorance. It wasn't, in my opinion, it wasn't malicious intent. It was ignorance. He just didn't know no better. But of course, I'm sure he knows now, right? Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
they're saying he gonna learn today.
Yeah, exactly. E Black said, osmosis hit me personally. He just got caught up. See, this is what I'm saying. People get caught. He got caught up because he was just a young man that didn't know any better. The man only been here a couple of weeks. He don't know the YouTube streets etiquette. So I wanted you to explain that to me because I saw that you were really in agreement with what they were saying. And I'm not, Sister Wine, I love you. I'm not trying to fight with you or anything, but I just wanted you to explain the other side so I could try to get an understanding of it and break it down. So that's all. Now, and the last thing I want to say on that subject is they had a right to drag him. Drag him. I mean, if he came up there, he's a big boy. Drag him. He'll learn. But the point was, please don't make it so that he was coming in a bad way. That's my point. He was not coming in a bad way. Please don't label him that as coming in a bad way. Maybe you guys saw he was coming in a bad way, so I get it. That's how y'all saw it, but the rest of us, we didn't see that. So that's all I'm saying. Don't label a guy like he was coming in a bad way because I didn't see it that way. And I'll go over it again. Because of you, I'm gonna go back and look at it. Now,
Hey, Brother Clarence.
Yes.
I was on Jen's platform one time, and somebody in the chat, a couple people in the chat, accused me of being drunk.
Okay.
I'm not offended. They were wrong, and I didn't see it until after the stream. If I had seen it while I was in midstream, there's a saying about, not changing horses in midstream. But anyway, had I seen it in midstream, I would have addressed it. But my point is, like you said, once you get in these YouTube streets, you in it, and you better understand what you're getting into. People are going to say anything, but you have a right to respond. You have a right to respond. You have the right to protect. You have the right to protect yourself, to arm yourself, whatever you got to do. But the chat is always undefeated. The chat gets the right to say what they want to say, and the panel gets the right to respond to the chat too. I see people from the panel go off on people in the chat. I've seen people on the panel have really good discussions with people in the chat. It could go either way.
Right.
But I have a question for you, Brother Clarence, and I hope you don't mind my pivoting. But what did you think about the premise of the whole show last night, instead of just focusing on that one unfortunate man, that unfortunate young male? What did you think about the premise of the show, about why there was a rumble in the jungle in the first place?
I was
sad. You've been you're an observer of these YouTube streets. What did you think about the reason why they had the show in the first place and all the drama that was circling around that?
All this, me and a couple other people, we talked about it, and we saw it coming months and months and months ago. But I was sad to see it come to fruition because I don't want to see no women feeling like, no women being put out there like that. Even if from where I'm sitting, if a woman is, let's say you have a problem with a woman. Well, me as a man, I have a problem with a woman. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna, even if I got a bunch of stuff that I could put out there, especially if she's married, man. I wouldn't do something like that. But that's how I roll. Everybody don't roll like me, but that's how I roll. So I was sad to see information like that put out. I was sad to see that. Then I was further sad to see that the other person got put in a position where they had to debunk a lot of that stuff. Like now this person has to go out and actually debunk these things. I was sad to see that. But as far as the show, I mean, I had no problem with it. I mean, I understand that people are going to, if they get attacked publicly, they're going to make a move. I've talked to many people all the time. I understand you're going to have to make a move. I'm just saying, I wish from my point, from where I'm standing, it could not get this deep to where people's families are being brought up and stuff like that. That to me was that to me was poor, in my opinion. And if I have to say what the women did over what the guys were doing, the women were much more. I know that I'm not going to be popular for saying this, but the women were much more respectful because they didn't bring nobody's families into the situation where they was talking about their children and all that. They didn't do that. They wasn't talking about the families and all of their. They didn't get that far. Now they may get there, but they didn't go that far last night that I saw.
Let me ask you a more poignant, more specific question because I think you're touching on what I was asking you, but I'm gonna ask you directly.
Okay.
So you can't go all around the mulberry bush.
Okay.
Because we like to play the going around the mulberry bush. Conversations with King.
Right.
Do you think it was appropriate for him to share his secondhand knowledge of Juana's business on his platform?
No, I already said that. No. I don't because then that
because it would have been one thing if it was the person involved. It wasn't even a person involved. He's like on the outside. He's an outsider. He's not involved. And he made it his point for views, I think, clicks and views. We all gonna slow down and look at that train wreck. We can't help it. Traffic's already slowed down. We're gonna look over. We supposed to be driving and stay in our own lane, but we're gonna look over at that train wreck. And so he took the opportunity to put other people's private business out there.
Well, hold on. Jen did the same thing. Jen brought his girlfriend out there, his ex-girlfriend out there, and she told a lot of his business too.
Yeah.
So they both did the same thing on either side. This is what I'm talking about. What I was sad for that because that's to me, who wins in that situation? Who really is gonna win in that situation? They both.
We do. We got entertainment.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I think they're both business people. They're both business people, and they could actually, both of them are talented enough to be able to turn this into a business. And if I'm not saying it'd be rocking and rolling $40,000, $50,000, but maybe they can make a couple $1,000s a week. I mean, a month, right? They could turn it into a business. Now, what you're doing is making yourself radioactive. Who's really going to want to work with you when they know this could happen if we have a disagreement? Something like this could happen. Who's going?
Well, see, this is why I respect TLA so much. He says he don't ever put nothing in writing. All that texting back and forth and putting stuff in email, unless it's very professional business, conversation or communication. He doesn't put anything personal in print. And I think that's a great rule of thumb, a great rule of thumb.
But definitely, because like me telling Be Easy something about like, hey, me and Sister Wanda was hanging out, and let's say me and you were hanging out, and then you start telling me, yeah, man, I need to get in the gym, Clarence, because I want to just take off about 10 pounds, right? So I tell Be Easy, yeah, man, I was hanging out with Sister Wanda, she talking about she fat or whatever, right? Then Be Easy and you get into it, and Be Easy say, yeah, that's why I know, that's why you fat or whatever, right? Because I told him, trying to, make a better friendship with him. I told him your business, trying to make a better one. Back out here in LA, we call that dirty macking. I'm trying to get points with him by telling him your business. And see, that's what I don't like. I mean, it's just a bad situation. And who's going to win? They're going to throw all these nukes at each other. Who is going to win? Who's going to get up and walk away unscathed? Nobody. None of them. None of them.
It's great for views, though. It's great for views.
Yes, I know that's great for views, but if they're trying to make a business, which I'm assuming all of them are business people, why hurt your business? In my opinion, because once let's say somebody wants to do business, they go back, they go look over your content, and they see stuff like that. They go, holy smokes! Do I want to have a disagreement with this person, and they're going to do this to me? I don't think so. I don't think so. That's what I would think. If I was trying to do business with somebody and I looked at their page and I saw a lot of nukes going back and forth, I would say, ooh, I don't want to be involved in it like that. Let me take my money someplace else.
I hear you.
So that was my whole point. Some of them understood what I was talking about, but they were just in a position where they have to strike back. I get that, but most of this stuff didn't even have to go like this, and so that's why I'm saying who's gonna really win, and what do you get when you win? I threw more nukes than that person threw at me. Ultimately, when this war stops, the subscribers going to go down. They're going to go away. They're going to follow the train wrecks. Right? If you ain't beefing, then they're going to go to TLA. If TLA is beefing with somebody, they're going to go to this person. I saw a video today where a dude was going over TLA's numbers for the last 3 months. They was smoking hot when he was talking about Tasha K. After that situation went away, his numbers are steadily declining. According to this man, his numbers are steadily declining. Why? Because
and what does that say about the culture? What does that say about us? That we like drama.
Of course, we know that. But you got to build your house on a solid foundation so that when the waters come, it won't get washed away. So if you built on all that drama, or you built on what you call fair weather friends, you built on fair weather friends. Then when the war comes, you're gonna turn around and they dropping these spears and bows and arrows, and they running, and you out there by yourself. And they said, "I would die with you. I would die on the battlefield with you," and they gone. That's why you got to be very careful about what you're doing. You got to be very careful about what you're doing. And so that's all I wanted to, you know what I'm saying, Sister Wanda? I think they had the right to drag this dude. I think if he stayed there, they should have dragged him. I think I think that, they had the right to run their program however they want to. My only point is, don't say he had a bad intention, because he didn't. He just came in trying to explain himself like a dumb young. I've been that dude. I recognize. I saw him. I said, that was me when I was 20 years old. That was me when I was 18 years old. I was that dumb. I was that naive. I see myself. I see this dude already. So I already know this is not him being malicious. That's just a gap in his understanding. Now, the question I wanted to I have for you guys is, what did you see in him? Was it because he was continuously trying to get his point across? Is that what made him look like he was being malicious?
His ego. I'm gonna keep harping on this. You think because he was speaking in a calm tone? I watched the brother. He looked like, some little, like you said, some little innocent dude.
Right.
But the ego was lying there. It was veiled because he had the need to continue, in spite of the fact that they weren't listening to him. He felt that he was so great that he should continue to try to espouse his thoughts. He was seeking validation, like, "Mama, please listen to me. Please let me. Please, Mama, I'm a good boy. Please, Mama, please." Mama, like, "Boy, if you don't go sit down somewhere, I know you. I gave birth to you. I know you. You just seeking my validation. Stop. The only validation we should be seeking is of the Lord." And I'm grateful that you bring up God in your platforms. He was seeking their validation, and they were not having it. That was his fault. That was the problem. His ego was seeking validation. He wanted his ego stroke. And Miss Annalicia said that. She said, "Oh, you want us to say you're one of the good black men. That's what you want. You're here to say that you want to go." No, I'm not trying to say that. I just want to say, stop. The natives are restless. They're circling the fire. Just stop. Stop.
Sister Wanda, let me ask you a question. Since apologizing to them is not an option,
it wasn't a genuine apology. That's the issue.
Why not?
Because he was seeking their validation.
How do you know that?
Because he wouldn't stop when they weren't listening.
that doesn't necessarily mean he was trying to seek their validation.
Then what was he doing? Why, if I did you wrong, Brother Clarence,
Uh-huh.
I genuinely, and I believe in my heart that I did you wrong. And I come to you and I try to apologize, but you don't believe that I'm sincere.
Right.
Why should I continue to take up your time and your space and your energy saying, no, you're not listening to me. You're not letting me really apologize the way I should. You're not really accepting my apology, Brother Clarence. No, you're the problem, Brother Clarence. You're not accepting that I'm really sincere, Brother Clarence. It's you, Brother Clarence. I'm a good girl, Brother Clarence. You just not listening to me, boy. You already have your mind made up like you're not a grown 53-year-old man.
I'm 53. That dude's 23 or 22 or something close to that. He has no clue of what he's doing. I mean, he just hit the streets. I mean, he just.
So we don't suffer. Everybody doesn't suffer fools like you, Brother Clarence.
I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying they should.
I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying everyone doesn't respond the same way.
I agree. That's not what. See, I don't have any issue. I'm just trying to figure out why everybody, or not everybody, but why, from what I saw, they felt as though he had some type of ulterior motive, other than the fact that he was just trying to apologize. Because I said, well, maybe I missed something. Maybe he said something.
Brother Clarence, have you ever heard of perception is reality? Have you ever heard that? Perception is reality.
Yes.
Is it possible that their perception was that he was not genuine, and your perception is that he was?
I said that about a half an hour ago. Yeah.
Okay, if their perception is that he was not genuine, then he got what they felt he deserved.
Yeah, I said that about a half an hour ago.
So there was nothing amiss about what happened. Their perception. Yeah, their perception. But I know you're not trying to have a 4-hour stream just about your perception of him being, ignorant. Surely there's some more. Surely you got some more meat on these bones. Surely it's about something more than that.
I mean,
that's why I tried to pivot. That's why I tried to pivot your conversation to the broader narrative of why the whole stream was even taking place, and not on this little incidental situation.
Let me ask you then, why do you think the stream got put out initially? Why do you think it got put out there? What do you think the purpose was for that?
I think the stream had to go out to protect the investment of those involved. King is on the warpath. He is slashing and burning the earth right now. He said he don't care if he loses his platform. He's gonna go to Antigua or wherever or whatever. He don't care if he loses his platform. He don't care if you subscribe, don't subscribe. So when a person don't give a damn no more, that's when they're most dangerous. Okay, when they don't care no more. Right. And so that's when the pioneers would call. They would make a big circle. When they're being attacked, they would make a big joint circle. There was the wagons. They would make a big circle, to protect everything within what can be salvaged. Right. I don't really feel very comfortable speaking on this issue and that nature. I didn't go into detail last night about the issue because I don't know the issue. Remember, on the surface, I don't really know these people. I'm just casually talking to them, just like I'm talking to you. Although you and I do get in a little more in depth. Some personal things about me that I've shared with you. But I don't really feel too comfortable speaking on it. That's not my lane. But I did feel comfortable speaking on that. I don't believe in online bullying, but I believe that to protect what is left, that it had to be done. Sides had to be chosen. Lines had to be drawn, because some people are not willing anymore to to try to work it out. When I come across a person who's not trying to work it out, that's when they're most dangerous. You know, and I think that's why the stream had to be done, so you can rally your troops. You know, everybody rallied their individual troops, their individual sides.
Great.
You know, so that's why I think that happened. On another level, you know, it's great for views. It's a shame that it just can't be, worked out. But you know, everything can be worked out. You know, there's family members that can't work stuff out, blood relatives that can't work stuff out.
Yeah.
You know, but I agree with you. I could see that happening months ago, and like I said last night, I kind of slipped away from YouTube, except for every now and then getting on here with you, and
Appreciate
and once or twice I've gotten on with Chaotic, but no more than like 5 minutes of my time. Yeah, but I see you got the closing remarks on there. I want you to go ahead and see what you want to happen right now.
No, I was just putting it up there because I wanted you to say what you got to say, and then we're gonna go around the room and everybody have closing remarks because I'm about to get out of here. But 5 hours on that situation is way a lot of time for me, especially I have nothing invested in it. So, but I hope I wanted to teach people that just because number one, don't do like that young man did. Number one, what he did was he started, he got involved with some people, and he just started slinging hash because they were slinging hash, and he didn't know none of these people. He had never met none of these people, and he had nothing to do with none of these people, and he started slinging hash at them just because the people he hooked up with started slinging hash. So don't do that. Don't do that. You know, there's a book called The 48 Laws of Power, and I forgot the it's a good book to use to maneuver through powerful people or people that are going through conflict. And one of the laws is know who you're dealing with. Don't mess with people you don't know these people. You don't know what these people can do, or when you don't know what they're capable of. Know who you're dealing
Also,
with.
say less than necessary.
Say less than necessary. Say less than necessary. And there's another one. Be the I forgot the name of that thing, but it's a be who you need to be at the time. If you need to be the boss, be the boss. If you need to fall back and be the employee, be the employee. Be who you need to be to get where you need to get to. If you need to masquerade as the slave, masquerade as the slave. Then once you in, then you become the boss. Take over and become the boss, like Joseph. Take over and become the boss, the head of the grain, right? Be who you got to be to get where you got to get. So if you got to be smart, be smart. The young fella last night, unfortunately for the young fella, he wasn't, he just wasn't aware of his surroundings. And unfortunately, they took him down, man. They took him down like a Japanese zero. Bam. You know what I mean? And that was the thing. But I hope you guys out there learn something from what we're saying, because we're not saying don't go on panels. But if you are going to go on panels, you need to be prepared for whatever can come at you. I've been run off panels before. That's why it's very rare when you will see Brother Clarence going on panels nowadays. Before, I used to go on people's panels because I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna share my opinion. I'm not getting no views. They getting views. They monetize. They getting something out of it. I'm helping them. But I thought, hey, I disagree with this opinion, so maybe let me share my opinion. Maybe it'll help. And I got dogged. I've been dogged on a lot of different platforms. The only platform that dogged me that I got an apology for was TLA. TLA dogged me, but in his chat just chewed me up. But TLA said, "Hey, bro, let me come on and let me apologize to you publicly," and he did that. But I was the only person that did that. Nobody else did that for me. And I've been cannibalized on a lot of different platforms. But the point is, I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy, so I had to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? I had to deal with it. If I get ate up, then that's me. I had to learn getting ate up that okay, most people ain't gonna want to hear what I got to say because I'm so contrarian to what the average person understands. But anyway, I'm gonna
Let me jump in there and say something. I'm gonna let you go, Brother Clarence.
Okay.
I wanna. Is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't sure if the other brother was talking. I didn't want to disrespect you.
Right. Gotcha.
Quickly, I'm so grateful for you, and this is why I support you. The 48 laws of power. The 48 laws of power, like you referenced. The first thing you said is know who you're dealing with. Didn't I say that earlier in our dialogue today? I said he didn't even know them. And didn't I say I don't go on platforms talking to people that I don't know? I haven't had any experience with them. I haven't, talked with them in the chat a little bit and got some, feelers out with them. I don't go willy-nilly on people's platforms. And not know them, not know what I'm getting into. You don't know who you're talking to.
Right.
You don't know me. I think I had to say this to you before once. I said, Brother Clarence, you really don't know me.
Right.
I said this. I said, you don't know me. You don't really know my background. I'm just here. But 48 laws of power dictates, yes, know who you're dealing with first. Don't just be getting around here talking to people any kind of way. The other thing the mistake the brother made was that's her program, so she's the queen. You don't go on trying to show up the king. That's another law of the 48 laws of power. You don't go in trying to, if you guys always make them look better.
Yeah, never
always make yourself look smaller.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always congratulating you and saying big, and I'm always bigging you up. Because once I start trying to act like I am better than you, I'm dead in the water. I'm dead in the water. I'm not gonna get any more love. I might get put out on the side of the road on the curb. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm always gonna big you up. Don't ever outshine the master. Don't ever outshine the king. Always make yourself be smaller. He didn't do that. So, great information, Brother Clarence. I'm so sorry and apologize to Brother Be Easy that my connection is so fouled up. It wasn't fouled up last night. It's iffy, but it's not my fault. It's just the way of the world. I'm quoting, Earth, Wind, and Fire now. But I'm going to let you all go. It was a great discussion. I appreciate you, Brother Clarence. And also, Brother Clarence, I want to let you know, instead of having to email you, I know you said last night you told the gentleman last night there was going to be a part 2 to that race discussion. I know you're going to have me. I know you're going to invite your sister. I know this.
It's just going to be me and you.
I know you're going to last night I listened to the whole program, even though I had to go off, but I had to go cut them greens, see. But I was still listening to the whole program. And you told those fellas, you was like, yeah, we're going to do this again. And I want y'all back. But you didn't mention me. Now I want to make sure you include your sister Joanna, because I need to talk to that man that you had on there who was in the band. Okay, so make sure.
That's what I want. I want us to finish our discussion, and then if you have time, you can take questions from them because they really had questions for you. But you were gone. You had to go. So
I had to go, but I didn't feel like it was appropriate for me not to always, just be right there like I was. I wanted to give you my full attention. Yeah, but if you don't mind me cutting greens and stuff while I'm talking to y'all,
not even.
Then yeah, I can be there. You know what I mean? Okay, but don't leave me out. Okay, I love you, Brother Clarence. Love you, Brother Be Easy. Take care. Be blessed. And blessed to the chat.
Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sister Wanda. Appreciate you. Bye. Brother Be Easy, are you there? I know you had to step away for a minute. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brother. We do this closing remarks. Let me give a shout out to Arshawn Dave. Arshawn Dave, appreciate you, brother, for stopping through. Go over and check out Respectfully Drinking with Rico and Arshawn. Go over there and check them out. If you haven't subscribed to them, go over there and subscribe to them. All right, brother, be easy. Time to wrap this up. Get some solutions. What I mean, what can a person that's just coming on to YouTube, um, what can they do to kind of stay out of these beefs and these wars, turf wars? What can they do, Brother Be Easy? And then after you answer that, please give me your closing remarks.
Yeah, man, I had so much stuff to interject, but with the connection, I know how it was off, with her not hearing me. So with that particular question, you're saying how could they avoid these types of YouTube conflicts and beefs?
Yes, like I just come on YouTube and I connect with a couple of brothers and they're beefing with somebody else. Should I get in the beef with them or should I hold back until I know what's going on? Or how should a person move to stay out of conflict that have nothing to do with them? That's my point. From a young man's perspective. I'm older guy talking, but from a young man's perspective, how should somebody move? Because I think the brother was probably about 22 or 23. Still got milk behind his ears.
Correct. So unless he has someone older or of his age, with a superior mindset and level of emotional maturity, then he has to go through this. This is the growing pains because you could tell him and show him the way and lead the horse to water, but that doesn't ensure that he's going to drink it. And age doesn't ensure maturity. He could be 23 and then be smarter than someone that's 33 or 53. Or it could be the latter, which is automatically perceived that someone that's 33 or 53 is much more emotionally mature and more stable than this person. So I would say people need to know about what their identity is, as an individual, as a man, before you get in on these YouTube streets, because even though it's a different it's the virtual world versus the real world, it's still you're dealing with these same people that's in society, these same ideologies that's in society. So you need to kind of navigate them with some level of decorum or etiquette. And if you don't, then you get what you put out. People understand if they act a certain way on the streets of LA, of Oakland, St. Louis, Baltimore, if they say certain things, whether right or wrong, if you running around calling people nigger in certain areas, if you running around with people having Confederate flags or wearing Klan masks, yes, you can do it, but there's going to be consequences to it, and that's no different than the YouTube streets. People could say whatever they want. It doesn't make it right, bro. They could dox you. They could talk about your kids. They can make memes about you. They can do 5-hour, 10-hour streams about you. It doesn't make it right, but that's what you need to be prepared for. The psychological warfare, the virtual warfare, no different than you're aware of the dangers in normal streets. You know that it's Crips and Bloods, Vice Lords, etc. You know that it's Jack Boys. You know that it's sharks out there in the water. YouTube is a pool full of sharks, no different. They're just cyber sharks, but cyber sharks bite too. They bully too. You know what I mean? It's a dude that's going in the real world, put you in a locker, and somebody will do the equivalent of that on YouTube. And it's people that's nerds where it's like, if I see you, bro, I would slap the what out of you. But then this same person could be on YouTube and have more followers and then just destroy me. He having a bunch of minions, incel, like dudes just thirsty for blood. As soon as he put a meme up of me, people was destroying me. Don't know anything about me. But because a dude on YouTube has more subscribers than me, he can shift a narrative that people will automatically go to. And I I'm not speaking on the situation in general, but that's what people do, right?
Right.
They'll hop in conversations and say, oh, Bro, Clarence don't like this person. Well, I guess I don't like this person. It's like, damn,
Right.
did you hear him out? And a lot of people, they like to start the movie at the end, right? When you see that villain tearing up the city, and you're like, yeah, kill him, kill him. It's like, did you not see that they bombed his whole family, did all this stuff? Now he's labeled as a criminal at the end of the movie, and you clamoring to see something wrong. But that's what, like I said, when it gets into that disingenuine argument, there's an argument, very valid argument to be made that everyone is being disingenuine in the matter, right? Who gets to be is it could, because it's when you throwing it out there, it gets very subjective, right?
Right.
Who determines who and what is disingenuine? All all disingenuity is not related equal, right? Who
Right.
gets to decide? You may say, "Oh, that was disingenuous." Someone says, "Is not." Who is right? Right? It's subjective. So there is the valid argument to be made that in most of these cases, people are all being disingenuous. So even the viewer too, right? Because no one is forced to, just as well as the dude is not forced to stay on a panel. I'm not saying this specific one, anyone, right? No one is
Right.
forced to stay on panel. And
Right.
and people that are using StreamYard, they know how to mute people. They know how to drop people down. So when you leave people up for hours and 45 minutes, it begins to start being less and less about that person and more about you. You're blaming this dude, man. Why'd he stick around? Like you needed him to stick around to get the views, which you ultimately wanted. So
Yeah.
like what are you complaining about? One could make an argument that that's victim Olympics, right? Why are you acting like you're being victimized? You out in the YouTube streets. Go stand, type in Muslims on the street, right? They're sitting on there arguing their points. People is coming up, huddled around them, saying I agree, saying I disagree. Those are the streets. Why do you think the YouTube streets is any different? People are even more emboldened on here because they don't have to cam up. You would like for them to cam up and stand on something, but it's not really a requirement. Not everyone makes it a requirement. So people feel a little bit more emboldened to say things, but that's all it is. It's just a war of words.
Right.
Because the deuce is really gonna do something. I ain't gonna say too much on you feel me? I'm not gonna say too much. I'm gonna say my piece, and if it's something that I'm gonna handle in person, I'm just pulling up. I'm not talking about that. So when you hear people talking and making threats and yelling, you know that it's for the theater. How
Yeah.
is that not disingenuous? Man, I'll pull up on you. No, you not. You in Alaska, you're not about to fly to California. You're not about to fly to Florida. It's good for ratings, but just don't get mad when someone exposes or sees straight through the theatrics. I'm not telling people that they shouldn't do that, but you can't tell someone that they can't make content against that or counter arguments against that, because that would be disingenuous. Especially all of these people that be complaining, they be reacting to other people's content, right? They're reacting to other people's content that they disagree with, and then they get mad if someone comes up and disagrees with them. Huh?
Right.
Like,
Right.
does that even make sense? You're making content based off disagreements, yet you only want people to come up that agree with you. Otherwise, they're a troll. And I'm not, once again, I'm speaking in general terms, not this specific situation. People, there are some trolls, but as soon as someone disagrees, that doesn't automatically make them a troll. You know what I mean?
Right. I appreciate you, man. I mean, you always drop gems. People in the chat are always on you, man. Be easy, man. Be easy. Be dropping gems. And what I and the reason why I like when you come up here, be easy. Well, one of the reasons I like when you come up here, because you bring a younger man. See, it'll be different. Me and Rico sitting here, I'm two old dudes, but when you bring a fresher look at the situation from the young man's perspective, and it might not be exactly the way we would say it, but it's the way you would say it, and everybody can still resonate to what's being said. That's a good thing, brother. That's a good thing. Plus, I know coming here, messing with us, and all this disagreement in here sharpens you up, because I've seen you on other panels, man, just whooping the tails out of other people, man. So we appreciate you, brother, for bringing all that knowledge here, man. And
All the time.
God continue to bless you, brother.
And let me actually do this because my bad. I didn't get to say much, so that's why I kind of went off on a tangent. But this is my official closing remark because I want to do it properly. Shout out to Sister Wana because I definitely was agreeing with her. I just thought that some of the points while we were agreeing, it seemed that because and that's why I actually don't even know what to make of it because since we were unable to hear each other, I don't think she truly heard what I said. So
And
the way she was,
I know I wasn't expressing it exactly how you would express it. So
yeah, that's what I was trying to say because the way she was coming at, I was like, that's kind of a misrepresentation of what I was saying. So I just want to clear that up. And I know she alluded to the point that you were letting me go. Like, actually, y'all talked way longer than I did because I wasn't even I wasn't trying to chime in on this specific incident. And when you let me go, it's because I was speaking in general terms that you could agree with. I don't know about the specific individuals involved on this. So bro, Clarence, you are pretty fair at letting people go, even that people that you disagree with. So, Sister Wana, you made some great points, but I don't think bro Clarence was caping for me in any way. I was just speaking on general points, not in. She did make a point like, "Oh, you had a discussion about something you didn't listen to." Is like I was making points in general statements, not pertaining to these specific individuals. So maybe she'll understand that on the playback. And I also just want to, since it was brought up and all of these pertain to what we was talking about, the 48 laws of power is such a great piece of literature. You could read it and there would be some laws where you think, oh, that's pretty iffy. Well, it's the laws of power, so you got to understand where it's coming from, but you need to chew the meat and spit out the bones. See what you could extrapolate from the 48 laws of power. And let me just real quick, because I know bro Clarence got to get out of here, but in the closing remarks, we like to teach people. So we know number one, never outshine the master. Ensure that those above you always feel superior. Kind of go out of your way to make them feel like the boss. Even in your mind, you know that, hey, I may be intellectually superior to this person. You don't need to let them know that, which leads to number three, conceal your intentions. Always hide your true intentions, create a smoke screen, keep people off balance in the dark so they don't know how to counter your efforts. Number four, say less than necessary. Be ambiguous, leave the meaning to others to interpret. The less you say, the more intimidating and powerful you are. Number nine, win through your actions, never through your argument. Demonstrate your point rather than arguing. Arguing rarely changes anyone's mind. People believe what they see. They're also less likely to be offended. Law 12, selective honesty, generosity to disarm your victim. Use honesty and generosity to disarm and distract others from your schemes. Even the most suspicious people respond to acts of kindness, leaving them vulnerable to manipulation. 14, pose as a friend, work as a spy.
Brother, be easy. You're not going to do all 48, are you?
Nah. I just this was actually the last one. This was actually was the last one. That's why I was kind of jumping through them. I was just only trying to go to ones that was specifically pertained to the general discussion. So the last one I was saying was pose as a friend, work as a spy, be friendly, sympathetic, and interested to get people to reveal their deepest thoughts and feelings. When you know your opponent's secrets, you can predict his behavior and control him. So I just want to say that because, and everybody else could look it up and read read the rest of them. I just want to drop at least some that pertained to not only this situation, but just overall life. And you don't even got to agree with them, but the ones that you agree with, out of the 48, you may agree with 10. I mean, that's enough, right? So and I think that's pretty much all I got, bro. Clarence, thanks for the stream, the panel. Keep doing great work.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. You always welcome. You got a seat here anytime, brother. Appreciate you for stopping through and drop some gems on us. Appreciate you, man. That's Brother Be Easy. Man, I mean, the people's favorite. The people's favorite. I'm going to bring you down, Brother Be Easy. And have a great day, man. May God continue to bless. May God continue to bless everybody in the chat. All of us, man. May He bless us all, man, to continue and just move forward and be good people. Okay, so my closing remarks. Okay, the question on the table was, for me in this situation where we were talking about, where I was talking about with my sister Juana, was the intent of the young man. That made a difference, just like it makes a difference in the law. The intent of the young man, the intent of the person. You know what I'm saying? I see somebody at the corner, and I push them on the sidewalk. I push them across the sidewalk. Okay, so the first police comes up and just give me a ticket for pushing the person or take me to jail. You don't even ask no questions. He said, I saw you push that person. But when the detectives get me in the room, they ask me, why'd you push that person? I said, a car was coming. They was going to get run over. I had to push them. See, what was my intent? The intent makes a difference. Then they let me go because they realized my intent wasn't to just assault that person. My intent was trying to help them. See, intent makes a difference. So that's all I was trying to say. Intent makes a difference. I'm not telling none of those ladies how they're supposed to handle anybody. Anybody who got the nerve to get up there, you better be prepared for whatever comes after that. But my thing is, sometimes we can get so caught up in not realizing the intentions of the person, and we just assume their intentions, and then we make moves based on their assumed intentions. It's just like a girl comes out of the house. Girl comes out of the house in a short skirt, high heels, tight sweater. We assume that she's a 304. We assume that she wore that so somebody like me could see it and be attracted to her. And you know, she wore something provocative to provoke me. Now, so I come to talk to her, and she say, "I'm not interested in you." Then you get mad because you feel like her intention was to provoke me. I'm upset because you came out dressed like that, and that was to provoke me into action. I took action, and now you got the nerve to refuse me? It's almost me to think about it sometimes. But just because the girl wore all that stuff, she wore the tight dress, the tight sweater, and the high heels, that don't mean that her intention was to provoke sexually every guy she sees. It may be a certain person on her mind she's trying to provoke. Or maybe she just wore it. That's her personality to wear stuff like that. Not with any intention on trying to provoke anyone to take action. It just depends. So that's why intention is important. All right, y'all. I tried to give you a lot of information, but the main thing I want to say to y'all is don't get in all of these beefs. Know who you're dealing with. If you're going to get on a platform and start talking about somebody in the chat, you're going to start talking about somebody in the especially if you come on the panel, you got to open up yourself to a certain amount of risk if you get in the chat, and then another whole ball of wax if you actually get on the panel. And that's you. That's up to you. You can decide what you're going to do. But the main thing is, don't brigade. Don't brigade. Brigading, go read your YouTube the rules of engagement or whatever they call them. Go read that. They have something called brigading in there. And when you brigade, that means you and another group of people go and harass another content creator. Don't do that. Don't get caught up in that. You know what I'm saying? Where now this content creator is making videos about another content creator, and because you're down with this person and they're at war with that person, you automatically just jump into the conflict. No, don't do that. Be smarter. Be smarter. Be smarter. You don't want to jump in just anybody's conflict. You don't want to jump in, especially in conflict where you have nothing to gain. You have nothing to gain. This nuclear conflict, I wish it would never have happened, but we're here now. So only thing people like me and Rico, us old heads, only thing we're gonna do is just count the bodies. Only thing we're gonna be able to do is just count the bodies. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. I mean, who's gonna win? It's not gonna stop. I thought they said they're gonna stop last night, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. There's too many alpha dogs in this fight. But you think about what I said. Think about what I said. Talk to you about the news. I talked about the hit parade. I talked about the hit parade because the hit parade is where we talk about what these people are doing. You leaving your people in these nursing homes. Don't leave your people in these nursing homes. We as black people, we never left our people in these nursing homes. That's a new thing, man. We started doing that in the 80s and the 90s. We never left our people in nursing homes, man. What got into us? What has got into us when we leaving our people in the nursing home? I understand in some really extreme situations, we got to do that. But you still got to visit them every week. You can't leave them in there and not visit them for 3 months, 6 months. They doing anything to them people up in there, especially if they got dementia or they can't talk. They have had a stroke or something, they can't talk. They doing anything to them people in there, man. And you would never know. Anyway, I got to get out of here. That's my spaghetti keeps beeping, telling me, I gotta eat something. So I'm gonna go give me something to eat, y'all. Y'all take care of yourselves, and remember, stay out the beef, man. Stand clear. People say pick a side. You ain't got to pick no sides. That's them reeling you into it. Don't go for the bait. You ain't got to pick no sides. If they want you to pick a side, then you know that's not the content creator you need to be listening to. You dig what I'm saying? If I was warring with somebody, I wouldn't be mad because Sister Wanda was talking to that person or had communication with that person. That's something about him she liked, something about me she liked. I wouldn't be upset about that. In particular. And I'm not going to try to you got to come on my side. You got to either grow with me, 100. That's what's wrong with black people. You got to be 100% or nothing. They're at both extremes, either 100% or nothing. And it's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, Arshawn, if I got the info, I think Rico has it too, but if I got it, I'll give it to you, man. Anyway, let me get out of here to eat something. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all on the next stream, probably on Tuesday. All right, peace and take care of yourselves.